Chapter 2861. This strike was as fast as lightning, like a shadow following the body. It landed heavily on the divine martial tower's formation, causing a huge ripple. Even though they were separated by the formation, the heavenly gods and supremacies of the divine martial tower could feel the terrifying power of this strike. When did a supremacy of the body-tempering school become so powerful? The heavenly gods who were in disbelief earlier were now staring with their eyes wide open. Everything was real. Not good, it's coming again. Another strike came, this time with true power. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if this rod had landed on their bodies, causing their hearts to palpitate with fear. Feng Wanli, a supremacy and the divine martial tower's tower master, checked the array formation's consumption and took a deep breath. Just 2 attacks had consumed a large amount of energy. It was equivalent to more than 10 attacks from an ordinary supremacy. I can't let this go on. Once the formation's consumption couldn't keep up, it would definitely be broken by the opponent. At that time, the divine martial tower would definitely suffer a great loss. Why aren't the people from the temporal temple here yet? Feng Wanli could only count on them now. Once the people from the temporal temple arrived, no matter how powerful this Aotian lord was, they would definitely not dare to not give him face. But how could they persevere now? Suddenly, Feng Wanli's expression changed as he received a message. The people from the dragon sect had arrived. Great! The people from the dragon sect were backed by the massacre court. The 3 top forces should be able to suppress this Aotian lord. This Aotian lord, please wait. Do you know the consequences of offending the divine martial tower? When Lin Fei was about to attack for the 3rd time, a loud voice came from afar. A red flame appeared and a blazing aura rushed over. Boom! Another strike with the rod. Everyone's heart trembled again. The person who came was very fast, riding a red flame, and arrived at a place not far away. I am the elder of the dragon sect, Long Tianyu. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was very burly, and his body was filled with an explosive aura. He wore a simple leather armor, revealing his sturdy muscles. It was a shocking sight to behold. Great, the elder of the dragon sect is here. No matter how bold he is, he might not dare to offend an elder of the dragon sect. I heard that all the elders with the surname Long in the dragon sect have inherited a portion of the divine dragon's bloodline without exception. They are exceptionally powerful. Now I can rest assured. The dragon sect's current reputation was average, but it was once a top force in the past. The experts surnamed Long all had the noble divine venerate's bloodline. It was rumored that once their descendants awakened the power of their bloodline, their strength would skyrocket, and it would be easy for them to enter the great venerate realm. Rumors were just rumors, but no one would look down on them. The disciples of the dragon sect were practically all violent people, and they were very protective of their own people. Are you here to stop the fight? Lin Fei asked lazily. Long Tianyu was a supremacy, and he was even more powerful than ordinary supremacies. He was most proficient in close combat, and he had unparalleled might. In the dragon sect, he was a warmonger. No, I'm just here to remind you that there's a limit to everything. Long Tianyu said condescendingly. The powerful energy around him tore through the void. The divine martial tower is an ally of our dragon sect. Do you think that's enough? Skyheart Supremacy was a little scared. The people of the dragon sect were all lunatics, and none of them were to be trifled with. Long Tianyu was one of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You're very arrogant. Many people gathered outside the divine martial tower to watch the show. In everyone's opinion, who would dare to be presumptuous when the divine martial tower's ally was here? Although the Aotian lord was a physique-tempering supremacy, he might not be able to defeat the dragon sect's physique-tempering expert. He would most likely choose to retreat. However, his unexpected words completely shocked everyone. You're very arrogant. Did this guy not know how powerful Long Tianyu was? Feng Wanli, who was in the divine martial tower, revealed a smile. A youngster is indeed a youngster. He really thinks that his heavenly god body can suppress all the other heavenly god bodies. The dragon sex dragon divine body is the scariest. The divine martial tower's strength was far inferior to the dragon sex. The most terrifying thing was that the ancestor of the dragon sect had an ultimate god expert who dominated an era. In that era, that ultimate god expert was invincible and suppressed everything with his strength. Even now, the legend of that ultimate god expert was still passed down. No matter who it was, no one dared to look down on the dragon sect. Daring to speak like this to a supremacy of the dragon sect was an act of courting death. Impudent! High Lord Long Tianyu frowned and shouted. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of forces attacked, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. The shock made everyone dizzy and bleed from their 7 orifices. This is a physique-tempering secret killer move of the dragon sect. Feng Wanli recognized it at a glance. The dragon sect's elder Long is indeed not simple. Each of them is more powerful than the other. This kind of saint spirit secret skill can be easily learned. It is rumored that this kind of power can only be displayed with extreme strength. Lin Fei laughed and said, I've long heard that the dragon sect's physique-tempering secret killer moves are unparalleled in the world. What I'm most proficient in is strength. It's a good opportunity to see who is stronger in your dragon sect. He swung his sky-splitting rod horizontally and drew a circle, setting off a huge whirlpool. Lin Fei's entire body charged forward. Whoosh! 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 The whirlpool was filled with a huge tearing force, twisting and forming a circular passageway. Dozens of sound beams were instantly shredded into pieces by the whirlpool. Rod to the sky. Lin Fei withdrew the whirlpool and smashed it toward the sky. Shadow follower. You want to compete with our dragon sect's divine body? How arrogant and ignorant! Long Tianyu was also angry. The trace of dragon blood in his body was extremely irritable. A junior dared to attack him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Long Tianyu also took out a black iron rod. It looked ordinary and ordinary. He grabbed it with both hands and stood in the air. Bang! A violent sound shook the air. Metal and iron collided and sparks flew everywhere. Long Tianyu blocked the opponent's rod. The qi and blood in his body churned. You really have some strength. No wonder you dare to fight your way up to the divine martial tower. Long Tianyu forcibly suppressed everything. Cracks appeared on his hands, which were rarely seen. The huge force had torn the web between his thumb and index finger. But this is still not enough. Long Tianyu shouted. His aura soared and the void shattered. He swung the black iron rod in his hand, and a huge force was attached to the front of the iron rod. He smashed it toward the guy in front of him. The force was not inferior to his opponent's attack, and it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Lin Fei also wanted to test Long Tianyu's strength. He pointed the sky-splitting rod forward and collided with the opponent's black iron rod. The force followed the momentum and came one after the other. You dare to take my attack head-on? This is the dragon sect's 9-layered wave. The power is constantly overlapping, and it kills without leaving a trace. Chapter 2862. The dragon sect once had a physique-tempering ultimate god who dominated an era. Other ultimate gods of the same level were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even though that ultimate god was no longer around, the dragon sect still had its own heritage that ordinary people would not be able to use. For example, the physique-tempering saint spirit secret technique. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to get their hands on it, but those were the most common in the dragon sect. Therefore, many physique-tempering experts in the saint spirit domain liked to join the dragon sect. If they could be given the surname Long, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. One move, ninefold waves, was enough to make people feel a great threat. Wave after wave of energy invaded Lin Fei's body. It was his first time seeing the dragon sex heritage. Long Tianyu did not stop. He closed in and spun the black iron rod in his hand, forming a huge whirlpool. He did not give Lin Fei any chance to catch his breath. The older, the wiser. Feng Wanli smiled. Ao Tian Lord is too young. His heritage is too far away from the dragon sect. Long Tianyu continued to attack his opponent. The black iron rod in his hand was like a black poisonous snake, giving everyone a great deal of pressure every time he swung it. A casual attack from him was unbearable. Ao Tian Lord, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, was actually able to withstand the attack. It was beyond everyone's imagination. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had withstood an attack from a dragon sect expert. In everyone's opinion, his opponent would not be able to withstand Long Tianyu's full strength. They did not believe that a greenhorn could have any heritage. After all, the dragon sect had inherited the heritage of an ultimate god. In this aspect, who could compare to him? That was a top-notch figure who dominated an era. Good Lord, I've underestimated you. Long Tianyu was surprised for the first time. It was rare for someone to be able to withstand his attacks until now. Ordinary people would have been dead by now. Looks like I have to use my killer move. Long Tianyu felt that he had seen through his opponent. His divine body was not bad, but his strength had reached its limit. He was no match for him. Die. Long Tianyu's black iron rod left his hand. Black meteor. The black iron rod transformed into a black shadow. Like a black lightning bolt, it pierced through the space between the opponent's eyebrows. In the dragon sect, there was a powerful body refinement Holy Spirit killer move. Long Tianyu's figure also faded and became blurry, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ha ha ha, he's dead meat. Feng Wanli laughed. This move, Black Meteor Kill, could be considered a double killing move. Once this move was used, the opponent would definitely die. There was no other outcome. Well done. You destroyed the Gate of Providence. You deserve this. Supreme Lord Heavenheart also laughed sinisterly. This move was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. It was a top-notch killing move among the 9th stage Saint Spirit domain, and it could kill 2 people with one move. Lin Fei's brows twitched. The energy field in front of him was torn apart. It was as if something had barged in. That black light directly appeared between his brows and kept drilling in. It was ferocious and domineering. You shouldn't have offended our dragon sect. A person walked in front of Lin Fei and said faintly. He then slammed his palm onto Lin Fei's chest. Crash! The black light pierced through Lin Fei's brows. Lin Fei also retreated. Long Tianyu used a double-killing move like Black Meteor Kill, which could be considered as giving his opponent enough phase. The terrifying power of this move would consume the opponent's boundless vitality. For a body refinement cultivator, the more vitality was consumed, the greater the reduction in strength. Looks like he's injured. The experts of the dragon sect have always been powerful. They live up to their reputation. That move just now was too fast. It seems to contain a trace of space. It's not easy to block. Facing that move, many people shook their heads. In fact, some Supreme Lords even felt helpless. They couldn't find a way to resist this move. This move was completely an offensive killing move, and it couldn't be blocked. Out Yin, I can see that you're quite strong. If you're willing to become my servant, I can spare your life. Long Tianyu rushed forward again, and the shadow of the rod descended. Lin Fei seemed to be injured. In fact, the injury was very light, and he didn't consume much vitality. If that was your strongest move just now, then you've disappointed me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. You're quite strong. If you don't want to die, then you'll be able to kill me. If you don't want to die, I can accept you as my servant. Lin Fei had seen Long Tianyu's strength. The other party was indeed very strong. He was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than the reckless savage Supreme Lord, but compared to Lin Fei, there was still a huge gap. Arrogant. Long Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. Black Meteor Kill. Once again, he used a powerful killing move to consume the other party's vitality. But this time, the legendary Long Tianyu's brows suddenly shook, and a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was actually a long black rod. It was indeed like a spear, and it pierced through his brows. I wanted to try it the last time, so I let you hit me. Do you really think I'm a fool to use the same move again? The sky splitter rod twisted, and a flood of power surged over. His body exploded on the spot. You know Black Meteor Kill, but I know it too. After reconstructing his body, Long Tianyu had a bad feeling. When he used the Saint Spirit secret technique, his body was actually shuttling back and forth, and it also contained a trace of spatial means, making it difficult for outsiders to detect any traces. But under such circumstances, he was stabbed by the other party's rod. Before he could figure it out, the other party actually used the Black Meteor Kill move. A black stream of light attack. Long Tianyu didn't have time to think. He held the black iron rod in his hand and waved it around. Just as he started waving it, the black stream of light pierced through his brows, and that person appeared. A palm hit his chest, and with a boom, his body shattered. How was it? How was my move? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. From afar, Long Tianyu's face was a little pale. Where did you learn the Black Meteor Kill? Lin Fei said lazily, You taught me personally. Do you think I can learn such a powerful secret technique? I really have to thank you. What powerful moves do you have? Use them to your heart's content. I taught you. How is that possible? Long Tianyu was about to go crazy. How did he learn it in such a short time? This isn't normal. Nothing is impossible. The sky splitter rod swept over, and a black shadow flashed by. Long Tianyu was smashed. This is my strength, what do you think? Long Tianyu's body was smashed by the rod. Just now, it was a complete suppression of strength. At this moment, he completely panicked and turned to run. That's impossible. Our divine dragon body is the strongest. Chapter 2863. Lin Fei did not give chase. Go back and tell that Long Outyin of your dragon sect that I don't like people with the same name as me. If he dares to have this name again, I'll personally pay him a visit. Long Tianyu didn't dare to stay any longer. Run. 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 It could be said that he was running for his life. There was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. His opponent's strength was completely above his. Long Tianyu knew that he had become a big joke. What trump card? What high-level Holy Spirit secret technique of the dragon sect? They were all a joke. Elder Long. The smile on Feng Wanli's face froze. He looked at the back of Long Tianyu, who was running away. The words Elder Long were stuck in his throat. He felt bitter and powerless. How could this be? A sense of powerlessness filled Feng Wanli's body. That was Feng Wanli's hope. The dragon sect was an ally of the divine martial tower, so it was only natural that it had something important to it. However, such an ally was actually unable to defeat that Aotian, and had even turned around and fled. Is the divine martial tower really finished? No, there's still the temporal temple. This was Feng Wanli's only hope. Boom! An enormous black shadow attacked, and after a loud noise, the divine martial tower's heavenly deity powerhouses heard cracking sounds, and they quickly discovered that the eye of the formation had been damaged. No, Feng Wanli screamed in panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black shadows followed closely behind. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp cracking sound was extremely ear-piercing. The formation is broken. The divine martial tower's array formation couldn't withstand such an overbearing attack and couldn't keep up with the energy replenishment. The divine martial tower's array formation collapsed in front of everyone. Now that your ally Long Tianyu has run away, let's see who can help you now. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he stared at Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Hao Lai. Do you really think that the divine martial tower can stop me? A strike to the sky. Lin Fei rushed forward. The sky-splitting rod, this elemental energy weapon, exploded with a corresponding power. It directly exploded in Feng Wanli's position, setting off a huge energy storm. In just a moment, the entire region seemed to shatter. The exalts and heavenly gods were instantly annihilated. When Feng Wanli and the other reverends recovered, their faces were abnormally pale. It was unstoppable. Only when they truly encountered it did they know what it felt like to be powerless. Run! Those heavenly deity powerhouses lost their lives with a single strike of the rod. Their vigorous vitality didn't even have time to recover before they were completely annihilated. Only the supremacies could withstand this wave of attack. Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai ran in different directions. If he didn't run now, he would be dead. That crushing blow was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was simply too powerful, and it was terrifyingly powerful. It was on a completely different level. His combat prowess was no less than that of a great sovereign lord. The 5 supremacies of the divine martial tower didn't have the confidence to fight. The battle collapsed. The sky-splitter rod in Lin Fei's hand transformed into a black stream of light that swept towards Supremacy Ziyang. Supremacy Ziyang was fast, but the elemental energy divine weapon was even faster. It appeared from the void and wrapped itself around Supremacy Ziyang. Master, save me! Supreme Lord Ziyang had no way of resisting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elemental energy divine weapons were wildly plundering the life essence. After a round trip, Supreme Lord Ziyang came out. His aura was extremely weak, and it was no different from being on the verge of death. You devil! Supreme Lord Ziyang became extremely terrified. He looked at Lin Fei with fear in his eyes, and his body was trembling. Lin Fei coldly snorted and slapped down with his palm. Supreme Lord Ziyang would be annihilated. Senior, I am blocking Supreme Lord Hao Lai. In the distance, Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart acted like a lackey as he restrained Supreme Lord Hao Lai shamelessly. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he chased after Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Outyen, don't even think of dealing with Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Feng Wanli attacked from behind. The other 2 supremacies also tried to restrain him. Lin Fei turned around and swung his rod, sending them flying. Don't kill me, I am willing to give up everything. Supreme Lord Hao Lai looked at him and struggled even more intensely. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart was slightly stronger, and he was suppressing Supreme Lord Hao Lai. He was unable to shake off Supreme Lord Hao Lai and could only watch as Supreme Lord Hao Lai caught up. Not bad, you still have some use. Lin Fei caught up and looked at Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart indifferently. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's back was drenched in sweat as he squeezed out an ugly smile. This is what I should do. Then I will spare your life first. A Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart could be killed or not. It was all up to Lin Fei. Many thanks, Senior. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart finally felt relieved. Unknowingly, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Facing such a strong enemy, he would not dare to act recklessly even if he was given 100 guts. I will fight it out with you. Supreme Lord Hao Lai gave up on struggling. He turned around and used a suicidal move, choosing to commit suicide. Boom! A horrifying energy swept out. A Supreme Lord chose to commit suicide. How horrifying was that? Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all life auras were swept away. Hao Lai. Feng Wanli had the Emperor's intent protecting him, but he also suffered a certain impact. He could only watch as everything happened. In the blink of an eye, 2 Supreme Lords had fallen. Right now, his only disappointment was that Supreme Lord Hao Lai had died in the self-detonation. This was also something that Feng Wanli was happy about. If this person didn't die, he would be a nightmare for the divine martial tower. The horrifying aura started to dissipate. The three supreme lords of the divine martial tower stared at it. He must die. The three of them thought silently. The faraway region turned into ashes. In such a place, a black-clothed man stood in the sky, holding a person in his hand. He didn't look like he was in a bad state. He didn't die. That person was Aotion Lord. Lin Fei looked back with cold eyes. Your divine martial tower is not bad. You even used self-detonation. Unfortunately, you still can't kill me. Swish. Lin Fei passed through the void and arrived at the divine martial tower. Come out. With a big hand, he reached into a building of the divine martial tower. After a loud rumble, a large part of the building was turned into ruins. Two figures came out from below. Tower Lord, save us! We admit defeat. Don't kill us. I am willing to be your servant. Both of them were clones. Lin Fei smiled coldly. You even dared to self-detonate. Why are you afraid of death? Your old friends are already dead. What's the point of you continuing to live? With a thought, the big hand exerted force and crushed the two. At this point, another two Supreme Lords had died. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower had lost 5 Supreme Lords in succession. The entire Divine Martial Tower was wailing. Feng Wanli's body almost went limp. He watched as the 2 Supreme Lords' clones were killed in front of him. Other than anger, there was helplessness. A casual blow from the other party could make him, the Tower Lord, unable to break through the other party's blockade. The difference was like heaven and earth. Feng Wanli would never forget this scene. What had been a small matter back then had turned into this. It was completely beyond Feng Wanli's expectations. This person was a madman. 5 Supreme Lords. From now on, in the Saint Spirit world, which Supreme Lord would dare to offend this Aotion Lord? Lin Fei stood still. Chapter 2864. Supremacy. Tianxin stood at the side uneasily. He felt a little proud of his quick thinking. Otherwise, he would have become a lifeless corpse. Everything was in the past. What supremacy? What supremacy? What heavens will sect leader? Fortunately, he did the right thing at the crucial moment. Feng Wanli, I welcome you to take revenge. Remember, bring more people. It's best if you bring 8 to 10 people. Otherwise, it will be very boring. Lin Fei did not attack again. The number of supremacies in the Saint Spirit domain was limited. He believed that if he continued killing like this, he might step on a certain line. After killing Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Haoye, he would have completed his mission. The rest could be discussed later. I don't dare. Feng Wanli suppressed the anger in his heart. He could not afford to offend this person. 5 supremacies could not stop him. 8 to 10 might not succeed. They only have themselves to blame for offending you, Your Excellency. Feng Wanli only hoped that this ruthless person would not attack the Divine Martial Tower anymore. If things went wrong, the Divine Martial Tower might really be removed from the Divine Martial Tower. He had no choice but to lower his head. After killing 5 supremacies, the reputation that Lin Fei needed would definitely spread in the Saint Spirit domain. The factions that knew would definitely not provoke him again. There was no hurry to leave the Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei left, leaving behind a silhouette. Senior Aotian, wait for me. Once Lin Fei left, Feng Wanli looked at Heavenly Heart Supremacy with murderous intent. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was so frightened that he hurriedly chased after him. Feng Wanli, you better behave yourself. Don't have any ideas. Otherwise, the Divine Martial Tower will regret it. Master, the High Lord's life force is very strong. You killed 5 of them in a row, and your efficiency is much higher. If you were to kill another 1 or 200 of them, your proud celestial body 8th layer can reach the peak. The little devil urged. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Oh my God! Do you want me to become the public enemy of the Saint Spirit domain? Even the devil of the demonic empire would not dare to kill so many supremacies. Didn't you see them hiding? No matter how much courage Lin Fei had, he wouldn't dare. More than 100 supremacies. What a joke. Senior Proud Heaven, wait for me. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. Supremacy Heavens will caught up and said with a fawning look. What a joke. If he didn't suck up to him now, when would he get the chance? Just by looking at the people from the Divine Martial Tower, Heavenly Heart Supremacy believed that the Divine Martial Tower must hate him to death. In addition, the Heaven's will sex vitality had been greatly damaged. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was a rotten tree that couldn't support itself. He wouldn't even know when he would be plotted against. Even if the Aotian Lord had killed the Lord of Adversity, Supreme Lord Tianxin would not feel any hatred towards him. If he had not made the right choice at the crucial moment and was willing to offend the Divine Martial Tower, he would have been dead by now. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord wouldn't have been able to withstand the wave of self-destruction just now. At the crucial moment, it was Aotian Lord who pulled him back and forcefully withstood the self-destruction. Heavenly Heart Supremacy didn't even dare to imagine that he could withstand the explosion so easily. Lin Fei glanced at Empyrean Heart. You are quite smart. It seems like saving your life wasn't in vain. Senior Aotian, my life is yours. I am very happy to do things for you. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart had placed himself in a very low position. He had never seen a supremacy of the body tempering school that could be so tyrannical. He even suspected that this supremacy had the combat power of a great supremacy. Not bad. You are very suitable to be a lackey. Lin Fei laughed. Yes, yes. I am a lackey. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart nodded repeatedly. Senior Aotian, what do you need to do? Feel free to instruct me. I will do it immediately. Make a trip to the Dragon Sect and tell them to send Reckless Savage Supremacy here. Also, remind Long Aotian to change his name so that I won't be in a bad mood and kill him. Lin Fei said, once this is done, you will be my lackey. Tell them to consider it in 3 days. Dragon Sect? Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's scalp went numb. That place was filled with a bunch of lunatics. Why? Are you not willing? Lin Fei frowned. I will go. I will go immediately. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart did not dare to stay any longer. He headed straight for the Dragon Sect. Even if that group of lunatics were to offend such a ruthless person for reckless savage supremacy. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Long Aotian will be the last. Long Tianyo's strength is equivalent to 3 supremacies. The Dragon Sect will definitely not hand over a supremacy with the surname Long Reckless Savage Supremacy is much simpler. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to deal with the last Long Aotian. After Lin Fei left the Divine Martial Tower, news about Aotian Lord spread like wildfire, especially in the circle of supremacies. Almost all of them were talking about Aotian Lord. The battle scene recorded at the scene was also spread. Anyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath. This supremacy of the body tempering school was ridiculously strong. Is he a great supremacy? It can't be. Even a self-detonation couldn't hurt that Aotian Lord. This is crazy. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower are really unlucky. They actually offended such a ruthless person. I heard that someone from the Dragon Sect also offended the Aotian Lord. I wonder if he will go. That place is filled with a bunch of lunatics. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Aotian Lord's name immediately became the headline of the Saint Spirit world. He suppressed all the other supremacies and immediately became an influential figure. In a short time, he killed 5 supremacies. Even a self-detonation couldn't kill him. Such a body-tempering school supremacy's combat strength was almost equivalent to a great supremacy's. If it wasn't the combat strength of a great supremacy, who else would have such powerful strength? But was it possible for such a young great supremacy? However, everyone knew that in a one-on-one fight, there were really not many supremacies who could beat him. Perhaps only a few heaven-defying geniuses could. Divine Martial Tower. A pile of ruins. Feng Wanli arranged for people to clean up the divine martial tower. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I'm late. In the void, 3 figures came out. One of them looked at the divine martial tower and said apologetically with his hands cupped, Brother Ding, I'm sorry. Feng Wanli didn't dare to put on airs. I just hate that person for being too arrogant and not being able to properly welcome the 3 of you. Only the people of the temporal temple could make Feng Wanli put down his airs. This person really deserves to die, Ding Yun said sternly. He heard that the divine martial tower had sent a message from Feng Wanli. He came immediately after revealing that he was relying on the temporal temple, but he was still a step too late. Ding Yun could see the unconcealable anger on Feng Wanli's face. Brother Ding, the divine martial tower is willing to rely on the temporal temple. I only hope that you can help me vent my anger and take revenge for Ziyang, Hao Lai, and those innocent sky gods, Feng Wanli said in a low voice. This was a grievance that Feng Wanli couldn't swallow. As a member of the temporal temple, Ding Yun had always been interested in the divine martial tower. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to them, although his strength would be damaged, he still had 3 supremacies. It would be better if he could rope them in. Chapter 2865. The Gate of Providence and the divine martial tower had suffered great losses. 5 supremacies had fallen, and their bodies and clones had been destroyed. News of his brutal methods spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Countless people were curious about this Aotian Lord. Which faction did he belong to? His cultivation speed was too fast. The most unfathomable thing about him was the celestial god physique that he cultivated. This was a heaven god body that Jiang Yi had never seen before. It was not inferior to the top-notch heaven god body that was circulated in the Saint Spirit domain. Even the self-destruction of a High Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Everyone was clear about one thing, and that was that there was a very powerful person with great potential in the body refinement world. If things went well, he might even have the qualifications to fight against the temporal temple's Exalt Kong One. Dragon Sect. This was a sect with a strong foundation. A guest had arrived. Supreme Lord Tianxin of the Gate of Providence. The news of Heavenly Heart's supremacy shamelessly relying on others had also spread throughout the circle of supremacies. He had become the lackey of Aotian Lord. Tianxin Supreme Lord, you still have the guts to come to our dragon sect? Aren't you afraid that the disciples of our dragon sect will tear you apart? Although Empyrean Heart entered, he subconsciously shivered when he saw those sinister gazes. Everyone knew that the heavenly deities of the dragon sect were all madmen, a bunch of unreasonable fellows. However, when he thought of the Aotian Lord behind him, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Everyone, I'm just an errand boy. I know that your dragon sect is powerful, and I'm not afraid of you tearing me apart. In any case, if I die, someone will be angry, and at that time, the unlucky ones will definitely be you. Exalted Lord Heavenly Heart said indifferently. I believe that Elder Long Tianyu should be the one who understands this the most. Am I right? Elder Long Tianyu was there as well. When he heard that, his face turned ashen. This was something that he could not forget the most. As an elder of the dragon sect, he was actually suppressed by a junior. Even now, he still had a lingering fear of the might of that staff strike. If he could, he would rather die than fight with Yi Futian. There were a total of 8 elders with the surname Long, and all of them were supremacies. A sect with 8 supremacies. How powerful was that? They looked down on Empyrean Heart Supreme Lord's betrayal, but they couldn't resist the person behind him. After Long Tianyu returned, he recounted the entire process in detail. The Dragon Sect's Supreme Lord's expression didn't look too good. He was truly provoked. A dignified elder was injured by a single strike? You don't want to admit it, but the injuries on Long Tianyu's body proved this point. When Heavenly Heart Supremacy came knocking on their door, they actually wanted to rip him apart. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been in so much trouble. Haha, Tion Xin, if the person behind you really doesn't have anything to worry about, he would have already killed his way here. Why would he let you come here? Does he really think that our dragon sect is easy to bully? An arrogant middle-aged man sitting in the lower seat said. This person was Long Outyen, a very domineering name. Yeah, our dragon sect is not afraid of that Ao Tion Lord. You're quite capable. Let them come. The supremacies of the dragon sect were all cultivation maniacs. Even if Long Tianyu was injured, they still believed that they could fight. Although Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's heart was trembling, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and attack. He tried his best to act calm and smiled coldly. Your dragon sect is indeed very powerful, but what about the others? They aren't as strong as you, and it's the same for you. Do you think that the two of you can defeat my master? I'm afraid that the 8 of you will have to work together. But can you guarantee that you can kill my master? You can't possibly be together every day. If there's any carelessness, I feel that the 8 of you will die. Long Tianyu should know that. Long Tianyu nodded slightly. Are you threatening us? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said solemnly. I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you not to make the wrong choice. The supremacies of the dragon sect were very angry. They couldn't wait to kill Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord. But when they thought of that Ao Tion Lord behind them, even though they knew that he was using his connections to intimidate others, they didn't dare to make a move. Just like what they said, they weren't confident that they could stop that Ao Tion Lord. It might be possible if the 8 of them worked together, but could they guarantee that they could kill him? Even they couldn't guarantee that they could really kill him. You're right, but does that Ao Tion Lord dare to make a move? Long Wuhan, who hadn't spoken all this while, smiled. Our dragon sect isn't as glorious as it was in the past, but he can't fight against us alone. Moreover, we still have the massacre court. Has your master made his decision? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord spread his hands. That means that we can't talk anymore. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. As for what my master will do, I don't know. But I have to remind everyone that my master is still young. Back then, he dared to go to the massacre court alone to kill people. Now that he's strong enough, what do you think he will do? I'm also the one who took the initiative to talk to everyone. Do you think that it's worth it for reckless Savage Lord? As he spoke, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord stood up and pretended to leave. Long Wuhan indeed thought that the Ao Tion Lord wouldn't dare to make a move. Not to mention the dragon sect's strength, just the massacre court alone was enough to make him hesitate. Once he made a move, he would offend both the dragon sect and the massacre court. No matter how arrogant the other party was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. But Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's last sentence moved Long Wuhan. That Ao Tion Lord was still young. A young man, full of mettle. Moreover, the other party's strength was limitless. After all, he was a great supremacy. Whether it was real or fake, he couldn't afford to be careless. Tens of thousands of years ago, if he wasn't a supremacy, he dared to go to the massacre court to kill people and even challenged a supremacy. It was enough to show that he was a decisive person. Brother Heavenly Heart, since you're here, why leave? Let's talk. Long Wuhan hurriedly stood up. All of you can leave first. Once the family head spoke, the other supremacies left reluctantly. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord sat down again. There's no one else here. If you have something to say, just say it. Long Wuhan went straight to the point. Long Wuhan wasn't willing to have a big battle with the Ao Tion Lord. The dragon sect couldn't afford such a loss. In their generation, there was almost no one who had activated their bloodline, so their strength increased very slowly. This was also the reason why they relied on the massacre court. There were still many forces eyeing them covetously, so they had to be careful. Long Wuhan really wasn't willing to fight with the Ao Tion Lord for the sake of a reckless savage supremacy. It didn't matter if they lost a supremacy, but if they lost an elder with the surname Long, it would really hurt their vitality. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was secretly pleased. In the past, when the Gate of Providence was at its peak, Long Wuhan also looked down on him. Among the three alliances, the Gate of Providence was the weakest. Chapter 2866. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord felt so good. Even though he had the strength of a Supreme Lord, in such a huge Saint Spirit world, with his little strength, if he met some powerful Supreme Lords, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Wuhan was also at the Supreme Lord realm, but he was far from what Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord could contend against. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was able to speak like this. All of this was brought about by the Aotian Lord. Reckless Savage Lord is indeed at fault in this matter. If we hand him over like this, where will our dragon sect put its face? Long Wuhan frowned. My master said that as long as we see him, everything can be discussed. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said, as for whether he's dead or alive, it means a lot, don't you think so? Even though he didn't like Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord now, he had to say that what he said made sense. We have to discuss this matter properly. No problem. Long Wuhan finally agreed. Long Wuhan didn't dare to risk the entire dragon sect for Reckless Savage Lord. This matter was caused by him. Moreover, he was just a consecrator, not as important as an elder. It didn't matter if he gave up on one. Long Wuhan didn't dare to take the risk. That Aotian Lord was young and full of youthful vigor. Once he felt that the dragon sect didn't give him face, it would be normal for him to kill them. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower's array formation couldn't stop him, and their dragon sect's array formation might not be able to either. You can never underestimate the terror of a body-tempering school Supreme Lord. Handing over Reckless Savage Lord in front of them was definitely not possible. They had to use some tricks. For example, making Reckless Savage Lord leave. At that time, no matter what happened, everything would be fine. Even the dragon sect could even put on a show for everyone to see. At that time, good, I'll be good, everyone will be good. On a dark and windy night, Reckless Savage Lord left the dragon sect, escorted by two dragon sect Supreme Lords. In name, they were sending him to the massacre court. When he reached there, even if the Aotian Lord had 100 guts, he might not dare to make a move. In a no-fly zone, the dragon sect's two High Lords made a move and injured the Reckless Savage High Lord. The other party didn't expect that the dragon sect's High Lords would make a move. The reckless barbaric supremacy was extremely furious. He kept on fleeing. In the end, he encountered Lin Fei, who had been waiting for a long time and was beaten to death. The remaining avatars naturally didn't have a good ending. As soon as one side died, the other side immediately took action. This matter. Go back and tell your sect leader, Long Wuhan, that it's best if he changes his name. If I find out about it again, I'll pay him a visit personally. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, said lightly. The two elders of the dragon sect felt great pressure. This person was very strong. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. The two of them left with sullen expressions. No matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, they could only suppress it. Reckless Savage Sovereign had been blown apart in just a few moves. He couldn't be any more dead. All right, you can go now. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was considered one of them. If he really left, who knew what the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect would do after they found out about the truth? Will he come to take revenge on me? This point, he couldn't guarantee it. Master, I'm begging you. Take me with you. Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't care so much anymore and shouted shamelessly. You're quite eloquent. Lin Fei said lightly. When did I become your master? Heavenly Heart Supremacy shivered. Master, I'm really willing to be your servant. A person like you definitely needs someone to order around. I think I'm up to the task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and released his aura. Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? You should know that killing a supremacy like you is as easy as flipping my hand. If Master wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. I'm willing to serve Master like a dog. Heavenly Heart Supremacy knelt down. Lin Fei didn't expect Heavenly Heart Supremacy to be so shameless. A Supremacy's servant was not bad. I still have things to do. Go back and wait at the Gate of Providence. I'll contact you if anything happens. Lin Fei asked for the contact signal. If someone comes to find trouble with you, you can tell them my name. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely wait at the Gate of Providence. Heavenly Heart Supremacy completely relaxed when he heard what he wanted the most. He finally had a strong backer. After killing Supremacy Man Lin Fei's mission to avenge his master was 2/3 completed. Only Long Outian was left. He could definitely kill his way to the Dragon Sect now, but he would have to face the Dragon Sect's all-out counterattack. They might already be prepared. There was a chance, but it would be troublesome. Lin Fei decided to wait a little longer. This matter couldn't be rushed. The name Aotian Lord had spread in the Saint Spirit domain. He would have an identity and wouldn't be too conspicuous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He traversed through the void. Without any warning, the void started to distort, and a powerful force surged over. Lin Fei immediately took out his sky-splitting rod and swung it in front of him. The surrounding void started to change. A moment later, he found himself in a desert. The surroundings were quiet. People of the Temporal Temple, come out, Lin Fei said calmly to the desert. Pa. Amazing. You actually know that we did it. Ding Yun came out of the void with 2 people beside him. They all looked at the black-clothed man. It was the Aotian Lord who had caused an uproar in the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei laughed and said, "To be able to bring me to another place uncontrollably, this involves the aspect of space. In the entire Saint Spirit world, only your temporal temple has the ability to control time and space. Who else could it be? Let's get straight to the point." Ding Yun admired Paragon Lord Aotian's calmness. After all, if an ordinary person knew that the temporal temple had come knocking on their door, who would be able to sit still? You're calmer than I thought. No wonder you dared to attack the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower. Ding Yun said, "I'm here on behalf of the Temporal Temple. I feel that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't you let me be the middleman? How about you shake hands with Feng Wanli? After all, it would be such a pity if a body-tempering supremacy like you were to fall. The Divine Martial Tower surrendered to you. Are you here to stand up for them?" Lin Fei heard the crux of the matter. "That's right. Feng Wanli surrendered to our temporal temple," Ding Yun admitted. "You slapped the Divine Martial Tower's face. Our temporal temple is obligated to stand up for them. I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate. You should know how to give up. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Join our temporal temple. It's a good thing for you." Chapter 2867. Ding Yun was rather interested in the Aotian Lord who had appeared recently. As one of the top 3 forces in the Saint Spirit world, the Temporal Temple had many experts, but they also needed various supremacies. The better the potential, the more they liked them. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Aotian first appeared, the Temporal Temple had already noticed him. Afterwards, someone commented that Aotian would definitely become a supremacy in 100,000 years, and his combat power should be at the 2nd stage of the supremacy rank, or even close to the 1st stage. This was also a small classification among the supremacies. Ordinary supremacies were at the 3rd stage, and the more powerful ones were at the 2nd stage. A person at the 2nd stage could fight 3 to 4 supremacies without being defeated, and a person at the 1st stage was even stronger. However, they underestimated Aotian. In less than 100,000 years, when he appeared again, he did something spectacular, suppressing the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Building, and slaughtering 5 supremacies. His main yuan was completely destroyed. This was incredible. Reaching the supremacy realm in less than 100,000 years, the Temporal Temple did some research and came to a shocking conclusion. This Aoteon Lord must have cultivated a top-notch heavenly god physique cultivation technique. Even though he was only at the supremacy realm, he was already comparable to those peak supremacies. The conclusions drawn by the Temporal Temple usually wouldn't be too far off. Such a supremacy had to be roped in. Once he reached the great supremacy realm in a few 100,000 years, he would be comparable to at least 3 to 4 great supremacies, or even 5 to 6. Ding Yun didn't hesitate to come personally. Hearing this, he naturally thought that Lin Fei was afraid of the Temporal Temple. Ding Yun was secretly delighted. Aoteon, you are a talent, a top-notch talent. The Temporal Temple welcomes people like you to join us. After this, be it the Gate of Providence, the Divine Martial Building, or even the Dragon Sect, they wouldn't dare to say anything, let alone have any thoughts of revenge. To Ding Yun, the death of 5 supremacies wasn't a big deal. If Aoteon Lord were to join the Temporal Temple, it would be equivalent to having a first-rate close combat expert. At the very least, he would be able to suppress 7 to 8 ordinary reverends. I appreciate the Temporal Temple's kind intentions, but I don't like to be restricted. I've always been a free person, so don't mention anything about recruiting me. If I want to join a force in the future, I'll definitely contact you immediately. Lin Fei said indifferently, tactfully declining the offer. For the current Lin Fei, the 3 major powers still had a certain amount of pressure, unless Heaven-proud Heaven stepped into the 9th level. He had actually rejected the Temporal Temple's recruitment. Ding Yun wondered if he had heard wrongly. He had personally come to recruit him. The gazes of the 2 people behind him also became strange. There was really someone who could reject the Temporal Temple's invitation. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, there were so many formidable martial artists who wanted to join the Temporal Temple. Now, a junior had rejected it without even thinking? This was a huge blow to Ding Yun, who had always thought that the Aoteon Lord would readily join the Temporal Temple as soon as he appeared. Outrageous. This was too outrageous. How could he reject them? Sir Aoteon, I hope you can think about it carefully. After all, the Temporal Temple is not an ordinary force, and there are many people who can't join. Ding Yun said while suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a vicious aura surged from his body. It was as if a ferocious beast had appeared. Can I take it that this is a threat? Ding Yun and the other 2 instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by a terrifying ferocious beast. It seemed like if they gave a bad answer, this person would make a move. What a terrifying killing intent! Ding Yun was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This was truly a fella who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Ding Yun squeezed out a smile. Our Temporal Temple is a peak power, so we naturally wouldn't do such things. If it was an ordinary person, Ding Yun would have already made a move. However, this was a body-tempering style supremacy who could become a great supremacy. Ding Yun didn't dare to be careless. If he failed to recruit him, the other party would bear a grudge, which would be a huge threat to the Temporal Temple. Lin Fei smiled. I thought that your Temporal Temple wanted to use your power to threaten me. If that's the case, I don't mind exterminating you on the spot. In any case, I'm just a single person. I can wander to the ends of the earth without fear of being killed by you. Ding Yun didn't doubt the other party's words. He was really capable of doing it. Since Sir Aoteon isn't willing, we will meet again in the future. Ding Yun was straightforward. He brought the 2 of them and left. Lin Fei looked at their disappearing figures. This person really knows how to endure. I thought he would make a move. It would be nice to see how powerful the Temporal Temple is. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Since the Temporal Temple failed to recruit him, they will probably make a move in the dark. I wonder how many experts they will lose. Lin Fei drilled into the void. Deacon Ding, why did you let him go? One of the middle-aged supremacies asked after they had gone far away. Ding Yun coldly said, Bastard, didn't you see it clearly? If we make a move, we will die immediately. Do you think you are Ao Tian's opponent? Or do you think he doesn't dare to kill you? The three of them were all deacons. In the temporal temple, their status wasn't low. The other two deacons were extremely dissatisfied with Ding Yun's actions. There had never been anyone who dared to reject the temporal temple's recruitment. They didn't even need to show themselves. With just a message, they would come over eagerly. This was the first time they had suffered a setback. A body-tempering supremacy actually dared to reject their invitation. He wasn't putting the temporal temple in his eyes. He wasn't giving them, the deacons, any face at all. Would he dare to make a move? As they said this, the two of them recalled the scene just now, and their confidence waned. Why wouldn't he dare? Ding Yun looked at them like an idiot. His strength is more than enough to easily kill you. Can you guarantee that what we saw was his true strength? Then what should we do now? Ding Yun's expression sank. This person's origin is mysterious. Our temporal temple is a power that specializes in collecting information. Even until now, we have yet to find out Ao Tian's origin. From this, we can see that this person isn't simple. Unless we know his identity, no one would dare to make a move. Let's observe first. I believe that once the Massacre God Court finds out about this person, they will definitely make a move. It would be best if both sides start fighting. Who knows, we might still have a chance. A mysterious expert with unknown origins. Ding Yun was also worried. What he was most afraid of was that Ao Tian Lord came from that mysterious black domain. Ding Yun's idea was good, but he had underestimated Lin Fei's concealment ability. The moment this person disappeared, there was actually no trace of him. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any trace of him. This completely ruined their plans of finding out the origin of Ao Tian Lord. Chapter 2868. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei quietly returned to Cloud Sea Nation. Along the way, he concealed his aura and disrupted the space around him. Even if the temporal temple wanted to investigate him, it wouldn't be that easy. The people from the temporal temple are probably vomiting blood. It won't be that easy to follow me and investigate me. Lin Fei lay on a rocking chair and lazily read the news sent by Heavenly Heart Supremacy. Does the Divine Martial Tower really think that they can deal with me just because they have the temporal temple? Also, this dragon sect actually contacted the Massacre Court. Truly impressive. It really isn't easy to get all sorts of dirty water thrown at me. After he attacked the Heaven's Will sect, the Divine Martial Tower, and the Dragon sect, the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon sect issued a bounty, especially the Divine Martial Tower, who publicly announced that they would join the Temporal Temple. The Massacre God Court behind the Dragon sect also sent a special envoy to place a bounty on Ao Tian Paragon's head. The price was extremely high, attracting countless people and forces to search for Ao Tian Paragon's track. Lin Fei didn't want to care about them now. There was no need for that now. Be it the Temporal Temple or the Massacre Court, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. As long as the three of them didn't act against him, he still had the ability to protect himself. Senior brother, you can just cultivate here in the future. 20 years after Lin Fei returned to Cloud Sea Nation, his fifth senior brother Long Yu came. I'll have to trouble junior brother. Long Yu said with a sigh, the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple are really ruthless. I don't even dare to go out now because I'm afraid of meeting those fellows. Lin Fei laughed. Senior brother has become a punching bag. Since they can't find me, they naturally have to find someone else to vent their anger on. Since senior brother participated in this matter, he will definitely find trouble with you. They are really despicable. In Cloud Sea Nation, neither the Massacre Court nor the Temporal Temple dared to act recklessly, especially the place where Lin Fei cultivated. Even the Cloud Sea Nation king had to kneel and lick it. Lin Fei was currently the #1 expert in Cloud Sea Nation. Although he had not fought for tens of thousands of years, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's true strength. Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the Supremacy Realm, what do you plan to do next? Long Yu asked curiously. Lin Fei grinned. With the Dark Shadow Palace as my backing, I have to get some benefits for myself no matter what. After holding back for so many years, it's time for me to perform well. Otherwise, I'll be forgotten by them. Ha ha ha, well said. Long Yu agreed with him. The foundation of the Dark Shadow Palace is unimaginable. If Junior brother can soar to the sky, you will definitely receive even greater benefits, and your status will also be higher. Right now, many forces are looking for Junior brother, coveting the body tempering technique that Junior brother is cultivating. This step must be taken. In the past 20 years, Long Yu had heard a lot of news, most of which was about his junior brother, Lin Fei. For example, the body tempering technique. Many people could see that this body refinement technique was absolutely top-notch. It was able to withstand the self-destruction of a supremacy. Even with the protection of the heavenly deity armor, it might not have been so easy. It was definitely because of the heavenly deity physique. It's time to take action. Lin Fei smiled and said, I plan to break through after another 10,000 years. By then, it will have been 100,000 years, and no one will suspect me. 10,000 years. Lin Fei had been cultivating in the Cloud Sea Nation, and he was also paying attention to the movements in the Saint Spirit domain. The news about the Aotian Lord had been spreading for 300 years, but it gradually faded and was replaced by many influential figures. Very few people would pay attention to this matter. The Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple also seemed to have given up on the search. Ever since he disappeared, there were no more traces of the Aotian Lord. He had completely disappeared from the Saint Spirit domain. They did not hesitate to use their secret techniques, but they still returned empty-handed. 6,000 years ago, the Blood Fiend Nation recovered its strength, and they rebuilt the Blood Fiend sect. They sent out a group of elite heavenly gods to start small-scale wars at the border. The Cloud Sea mountain range became the focus of competition again. The war affected a lot of people. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation and the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation personally took action. They fought several times on the Cloud Sea mountain range, but there was no clear victor. The war entered a stalemate. This lasted for 500 years. In 500 years, the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation invited the expert under Venerable One Sword, Heavenly God Quicksand. This person was the Heavenly God Quicksand, who was defeated by Lin Fei back then. Now, he was Venerable Quicksand. Even though he used a secret technique, he was still a venerable lord. Once Venerable Quicksand arrived, he slaughtered his way through, and occupied the Cloud Sea mountain range. Lin Fei, I have become a venerable lord. What about you? Venerable Quicksand came to provoke him. Venerable Quicksand had never forgotten that he had died in Lin Fei's hands. This time, he came back for revenge. He wanted to destroy Lin Fei's main body, so that he would never have the chance to step into the Eighth Order Heavenly God realm. In these 100,000 years, Venerable Quicksand had been paying attention to the situation. Physique tempering was notoriously hard to cultivate. Every time Lin Fei went out, Venerable Quicksand would arrange for people to keep an eye on him. Seeing that Lin Fei's cultivation had not broken through, he felt even more relieved. Let's see how long you can endure. Heavenly God Quicksand charged in. Even a heavenly god was defeated by him. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was forced to retreat again and again. Venerable Quicksand was powerful, forcing the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation to hide in the capital and activate the formation. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I'll destroy the capital. Venerable Quicksand's voice was loud and clear. Weren't you very powerful in the past? What? You don't dare to come out now? Is it because you don't have the courage to take that step? Inside the palace, the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I can only wait for the venerable lord to come down. All these years, Lin Fei had been in seclusion. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation could roughly guess. This personal disciple of Lin Fei didn't seem to have much influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the personal disciple of great Paragon Hantian, almost no one would know about him. Venerable Quicksand was outside the capital and wasn't in a hurry to attack. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. Every day passed. The heavenly god experts in the capital felt even more pressured. There was nothing more humiliating than being blocked by a venerable lord in the capital. The Sea Cloud Nation is right in front. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man, 2 youths passed through many nations and entered a new nation. Deacon Lee, I can't believe that Exalt Quicksand, who ascended with medicinal pills, actually asked us to take action. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple, Lin Fei's personal disciple, is so weak. A young man with a proud face said with contempt and disdain. That goes without saying. I heard that among the people who came with Lin Fei, he is the worst off. Look at senior brother Duguijian. He has made a name for himself. There is also senior brother Xing Tianzi and the others. Which one of them isn't famous in the Saint Spirit domain? The leader, Deacon Lee, coughed lightly. All right, don't talk nonsense. No matter what, that person is the personal disciple of great Paragon Hantian. You should know that he's very protective. Deacon Lee was a veteran, so he knew what to say and what not to say. Our mission this time is to chase away that venerable Quicksand. The 2 young heavenly gods stopped talking. They looked down on Lin Fei even more. When they entered the Sea Cloud Nation, the first thing they saw was venerable Quicksand, who was blocking the capital of the Sea Cloud Nation. A mere pseudo-venerable lord dares to be so impudent here. The 2 youths were about to attack. At this time, a sharp voice came from the sky above the Sea Cloud Nation. You died once, and you still dare to come again? 1 month after venerable Quicksand attacked the capital, Lin Fei attacked from afar. Sealing soul, severing palm. This was the power of the 2nd stage of the Saint Spirit's 9th stage secret technique. Chapter 2869. The 2 young heavenly gods from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters were startled by the sudden scene. This seems to be the sealing soul-breaking palm, a killing move of the body-tempering school. Did Lin Fei make a move? It seems to be quite powerful. I heard that Lin Fei is the only one who knows this move. The 2 were in a daze for a while before they reacted. High Lord Quicksand had been killed. Wasn't he the one they had dealt with? The internal competition in the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters was fierce. When they heard that a small-scale war had broken out in the Cloud Nation and that the monarch had asked for help, but Lin Fei was useless, some young people from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters came up with a plan. This was their chance to perform. If Xiao Chun could get rid of a pseudo-supremacy like Quicksand, he would have made a great contribution. The people above would also remember him. Compared to Lin Fei's personal disciple, it would be clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Therefore, they came in a hurry under Deacon Lee's lead, intending to perform well and let that personal disciple, Lin Fei, know that there was a huge gap between them and him. However, the scene in front of them shattered all their fantasies. Deacon Lee was also quite surprised. The sealing soul-breaking palm. Deacon Lee had heard of Lin Fei's name before. He was the only one who had become the disciple of great monarch Heaven Shaker. Now 100,000 years had passed. Compared to the others, Lin Fei's performance was too embarrassing. The power doesn't seem right. Since when was the first level of power able to kill a High Lord? Even though High Lord Quicksand's strength was only at the level of an ordinary High Lord, could it be that Lin Fei has become a High Lord? Lin Fei's performance had disrupted Deacon Lee's plan. Deacon Lee's original plan was to teach Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's direct disciple, a lesson he would teach Grand Monarch Lin Fei a lesson. It would be a great disgrace for a useless personal disciple to need people from the headquarters to deal with this matter. Now that Master Quicksand had destroyed him with one move, their efforts had been in vain. He's attacking again. With the death of Supremacy Quicksand, the experts who had been using his connections to intimidate others immediately dispersed. For example, the ruler of the Blood Fiend country was so frightened that he turned around and ran. He cursed at Lin Fei for being so shameless. To think that he could hide until now. He was too black-hearted. It was as if they had become clowns. It was not that Lin Fei was afraid of them, but that he could not be bothered with them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The giant hand reached out again. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the large hand passed, space would collapse. Regardless of whether it was heavenly deities or country lords, wherever the power spread, everything would be destroyed, truly dying without a complete corpse. Outside the Yunhai nation, everything returned to silence. After a short period of time, the capital erupted into cheers. Everyone became excited, and their gazes all turned toward the mountain peak with reverence. Deacon Li, what should we do now? The two people behind him asked. Now that he was dead, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Deacon Li's expression darkened. Humph, he is dead, but Lin Fei was incompetent. This crime cannot be erased. The higher-ups have ordered us to bring him back and punish him severely. Let's go and meet that Lin Fei now. Even though he had lost a chance to show off, Deacon Li still had to complete another mission. Bring Lin Fei back. Yes, we must bring Lin Fei back. His personal disciple was in charge of the Yunhai nation, and yet such a thing happened. He completely disregarded the matter. What a scandal! The two people hurriedly agreed. However, the joy of the Yunhai nation's ruler had not ended yet. Deacon Li had brought people over. The Yunhai nation's ruler went up to welcome him warmly and respectfully. Hello, Deacon Li, hello. To be able to hold the position of a deacon in the Dark Shadow Palace meant that he was quite capable. He had a faction behind him, and the Yunhai nation's ruler could not afford to offend him. Where's that Lin Fei? Deacon Li asked indifferently with a stern expression. He's still up there. The Yunhai nation's ruler looked at Deacon Li and knew that he did not come with good intentions. He sighed for Lin Fei in his heart. The rumors seemed to be true. Bring us over. Since Supreme Lord Quicksand was already dead, Deacon Li could not be bothered to waste any more time. He decided to bring Lin Fei back directly. A mere ruler would not dare to stop them. All right. The Yunhai nation's ruler did not have the confidence to do so. He could only bring Deacon Li up the mountain. Lord Lin Fei, I am the Yunhai nation's ruler. Someone from the headquarters wants to meet you. The Yunhai nation's ruler stood outside the door and said. This courtyard was very ordinary, but the Yunhai nation's ruler did not dare to barge in. What arrogance! Deacon Li came personally, but he did not come out to welcome him. Deacon Li frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Even a personal disciple would have to give a deacon some face at times. Moreover, Lin Fei was just a personal disciple with no potential. If he was a smart person, he would have come out to welcome him instead of putting on airs here. The Yunhai nation's ruler shrank his neck. The atmosphere became oppressive and cold, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He secretly hated that this young man did not know how to speak. Wasn't he clearly here to cause trouble? The courtyard was very quiet. Lin Fei did not come out. Deacon Li's expression became more and more unsightly. He was here on behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, but that Lin Fei actually did not come out. This was like a slap to their faces. This was simply outrageous. Lin Fei, why are you still not coming out? Are you going to let Deacon Li wait forever? Deacon Li came from above. Why are you still not coming out? If Lin Fei did not come out, the ones who were the happiest were the two young men. Today they had offended Deacon Li. Even if they became a disciple of a supreme, they would still have to suffer. Another long while passed. Deacon Lee's expression was extremely unsightly. Creak. The courtyard's gate opened. Lin Fei's lazy aura came out. What kind of people are these? Don't they know that disturbing others is a very immoral thing to do? When the Yunhai nation's ruler heard this, he knew that he was in trouble. Lord Lin Fei, this is Deacon Lee from above. He is specially here to deal with Supremacy Quicksand's matters. At this moment, Deacon Lee could no longer conceal his anger. How dare you speak like this? The young man behind Deacon Lee said. Quickly apologize to Deacon Lee. That's right, Deacon Lee is here for your matter. It's fine that you didn't come out to welcome him, but you still dare to speak to him like this. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and his gaze turned cold. Shut up. His cold gaze swept across the two young men. The two young men instantly felt as though they had fallen into a terrifying hell. Their bodies turned cold and they subconsciously trembled. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Deacon Lee shouted. Lin Fei could sense intense hostility from the three of them. Chapter 2870. You dare! Apologize right now. Who do you think you are to put on airs before us? The two people Deacon Lee brought with him both had powerful backgrounds. With a High Lord as their backing, they could do whatever they wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace as long as they didn't offend some powerful people, who dared to not give a High Lord face. More importantly, their talent was outstanding, reaching peak 7th Order Heavenly God realm at such a young age, and they had mastered the Holy Spirit body tempering secret art. If they joined hands, they could even fight a High Lord. If it was another great sovereign's personal disciple, they would have to be careful. After all, the Dark Shadow Palace had a total of 5 great sovereigns. Their importance was obvious, and their personal disciples had always been outstanding. Great Sovereign Hantian's personal disciples were an exception. It was very difficult to become a High Lord on the body-tempering path, unlike the Emperor Intent path, where there were some shortcuts. Lin Fei had been Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's last legacy disciple 100,000 years ago. However, he didn't seem to have much potential. All of his other legacy disciples had gone far ahead of him, except for Lin Fei. He had almost been forgotten by the Dark Shadow Palace. This was also the reason they looked down on Lin Fei. Now that they were provoked, they were displeased. A body-tempering cultivator with no potential dared to put on airs in front of them? What the hell was this? Deacon Lee did not stop them. No one had ever dared to not give him face. Who didn't know he had a High Lord behind him? A High Lord with considerable influence at that. Both of them glared at each other. If Lin Fei didn't apologize, they would definitely teach him a lesson today. As for the scene of Quicksand Supremacy getting killed, the two of them did not think too much about it. A fellow who used a medicinal pill to ascend could not be that powerful. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei was, he was no match for the two of them. Deacon Lee, I really want to know, I'm a great sovereign's personal disciple, what right do they have to put on airs in front of me, and even want me to apologize? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei asked. I don't remember there being such a rule in the Dark Shadow Palace. The identity of Great Sovereign Hantian's personal disciple was more prestigious than any other personal disciple, as it represented Great Sovereign Hantian's face. Deacon Lee's dislike of Lin Fei grew. Not sensible at all. Did I? I don't think I saw it. Deacon Lee said indifferently. You, on the other hand, consider everyone beneath you. You can't even manage a country of clouds properly. Isn't that too outrageous? Now, come with us. Lin Fei paid little attention to the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace. He had no idea what was going on inside the Dark Shadow Palace. Are you going to take me back and charge me with incompetence? That will damage the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei knew that he was involved in something. He had never heard of anyone from above escorting a direct disciple who did not perform well. It seemed like he was enjoying such treatment now. Deacon Lee snorted. It's good that you know. Don't make things difficult for us. From Deacon Lee's point of view, as long as he brought him back, no matter how courageous Lin Fei was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He would definitely go with him. As long as he brought him back, it wouldn't be Lin Fei's turn to speak. It's not that I can't go back with you, Lin Fei said, but I have to ask Senior Brother, since when did direct disciples enjoy such treatment? Deacon Lee became anxious when he heard this. If he informed the disciples of Great Venerable Shaker Sky, it would be impossible to bring Lin Fei back, let alone complete the task given to him. How dare you resist? Deacon Lee said angrily, arrest him. King Yunhai said cautiously, Deacon Lee, is there a misunderstanding here? King Yunhai, don't interfere in this matter. Deacon Lee warned King Yunhai and gave a look to the two people behind him. Go. One of the youths took out a treasure, and it flew out like a golden beam of light. With a whoosh, it wrapped around Lin Fei's body in circles, binding him tightly. This is a treasure that we specially prepared for you. It's specially used to confine your physical body. Once your physical body is sealed, your strength will also be sealed. Now you can obediently come with us. Deacon Lee knew how powerful a heavenly god of the body tempering school was. They were best at prolonged battles, which was also the weakness of a heavenly god of the Emperor Will school. Therefore, special treasures were needed to deal with a heavenly god of the body tempering school. Lin Fei looked at the golden rope on his body. Is this what you're relying on? You're too naive. I, Lin Fei, don't offend anyone, but that doesn't mean that I'll let anyone bully me. Now I suspect that you're pretending to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. In fact, you're spies of the Massacre Court. Spies of the Massacre Court? Deacon Lee and the other two people couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Fei as if he was an idiot. Ha ha, Lin Fei, oh Lin Fei, you really know how to talk. You actually suspect that we're spies of the Massacre Court. Even if we're spies of the Massacre Court, what can you do to us? The young man said proudly, You're our prisoner now, and you still want to bite us. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then you're out of luck. Boom! Lin Fei, whose aura was originally sealed, gently stomped his foot and pushed himself up. The golden rope treasure wrapped around him gave off cracking sounds and broke into several pieces without any warning. Lin Fei regained his freedom. Spies of the Massacre Court, you deserve to die. A huge palm whipped toward the three people. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A gale blew. Deacon Lee and the other two reacted quickly. They didn't have time to think, and barriers appeared one after another. The palm didn't look big, but it carried a terrifying force. It first whipped Deacon Lee, and cracking sounds could be heard. The protective Emperor Will was shattered, and the power did not stop there. The protective Emperor Will of the two people beside him was also shattered, and the three of them were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. How dare you pretend to be Deacon Lee? I'll whip you to death. Lin Fei moved horizontally, arriving in front of Deacon Lee. He reached out and grabbed Deacon Lee's neck. In an instant, Deacon Lee's strength was sealed, and his other hand slapped Deacon Lee's face. Pa pa! After two slaps, Deacon Lee's lower body kept collapsing. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Let go of me! Deacon Lee's eyes were scarlet, and his killing intent was overwhelming. I'm a deacon of the Dark Shadow Palace. You offended me, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fei smiled coldly and slapped him again. Bang! Deacon Lee's body collapsed. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed again. Deacon Lee wanted to run, but his neck was grabbed again, and his strength was sealed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to wipe out your entire family. Come on. Come on. Chapter 2871. On the mountain peak, outside the courtyard. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. You're dead. Deacon Lee roared again and again, but his body exploded again and again. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Yunhai Country King was completely stunned. That was Deacon Lee. Just a moment ago, he was still acting arrogantly. Now, his body exploded more than 20 times. Each time was more vicious than the last. It was a tragic sight. If this happens a few more times, Deacon Lee is dead. King Yun mourned for Deacon Lee and praised himself for being quick-witted. Fortunately, he did not offend Lin Fei. The feeling of slaps after slaps was really unpleasant. At the start, Deacon Lee had a backer behind him. He did not have to be afraid of making things difficult for Lin Fei. Moreover, he was just an errand boy. Who would have thought that Lin Fei was so strong? His body exploded time and time again, and each time he recovered, he used up a large amount of his life force. After more than 20 times, Deacon Lee could not hold on any longer. He was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how strong his life force was, it could not withstand such consumption. Stop, I admit defeat. Deacon Lee returned to his original form and begged for mercy. Lin Fei's hand didn't stop moving. Another palm came down. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to kill my entire family? Why should I stop? Deacon Lee's face was pale. Despair and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Lord Lin Fei, please stop. I can't hold on any longer. I did not come to make things difficult for you on purpose. Someone wants to deal with you, and I'm just an errand boy. Who wants to deal with me? Deacon Lee could not care less. He was afraid that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. It's the Elysian Sun who wants to deal with you. Lin Fei frowned. Why do they want to deal with me? There must be a reason. Don't tell me you don't know. I don't mind giving you another slap. In the past 100,000 years, he would not go to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace unless it was necessary. He had been keeping a low profile all these years. It was really incomprehensible that someone would target him. Deacon Lee was completely terrified. The other party's palm strikes did not contain any emotion at all. It would be strange if he did not feel fear. I heard it's for a spot in the Dark Shadow Palace. Deacon Lee quickly said, I think it's about the Shadow Throne. Yes, it's about the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei was confused. Shadow Throne. Shao Chern had been in the Dark Shadow Palace for almost 100,000 years, but he did not pay much attention to the affairs of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now that Deacon Lee mentioned it, he really did not know much about the Dark Shadow Throne. Check the Shadow Throne for me. Lin Fei immediately contacted Little Devil to look through the information. A moment later, the information on the Shadow Throne appeared. After checking, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. They really dared to make a move. Deacon Lee saw that Lin Fei was deep in thought and felt uneasy. He did not know what Lin Fei was thinking. He regretted coming to the Cloud Nation. Lin Fei, who was not valued by others, seemed to have extremely powerful strength. At the very least, he could easily kill pseudo-supremacies. Back then, when he was in the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had collected all sorts of ancient books and secrets. Many of them had not been read by Lin Fei and had been stored in the system. He could read them at any time. Just now, Lin Fei realized that his 100,000 years of low profile seemed to have become a form of inaction in everyone's eyes. Elysian Sun, you really have a good plan. You actually want to fight for the position of my personal disciple. You are courting death. Killing intent surged in Lin Fei's heart, and his gaze became cold. Under this gaze, Deacon Lee's hair stood on end, and he felt like he was suffocating. How can he be so terrifying? All right, you can scram now. Lin Fei did not have any thoughts of killing Deacon Lee. The Dark Shadow Palace would not allow this kind of thing to happen. Once it happened, the punishment would be severe. Throughout the years, no one had dared to do such a thing. Lin Fei was no fool. He would never challenge the Dark Shadow Palace's iron rules, unless his strength reached a level where he could affect a 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. I'll scram right now. Deacon Lee dared not utter a single word, turning around and running away. Lord Lin Fei, I really didn't know they were here to cause trouble for you. Yun High Ruler said in a low voice, afraid that he would blame him. It's fine, this matter isn't your fault. You can leave now, you need to deal with the aftermath. I'll do it right away. Yunhai ruler turned around and left. Dark Shadow Throne. On a stone bench in the courtyard, Lin Fei was silently flipping through the information in his hand, a slight frown on his forehead. I really didn't expect there to be such a place inside the Dark Shadow Palace that only opens once every 500,000 years. Only venerable lords are allowed to enter, and there's even a great sovereign's personal disciple. As a great sovereign's personal disciple, I really have an advantage. No wonder the Elysian Heavenly Prince wanted to cause trouble for me. The Dark Shadow Throne was the Dark Shadow Palace's holy land. The two words Holy Land showed how important the Dark Shadow Throne was. Inside this holy land, there were many opportunities, and it was the place that venerable lords yearned for the most. Divine weapons, saint spirit realm cultivation techniques, heavenly deity battle armors, and so on. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this kind of holy land. The only thing that piqued Lin Fei's interest was the large amount of life force and divine essence sand. Now that the Elysian Heavenly Prince had sent people to cause trouble for him, even though Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Holy Land, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's actions displeased him. I originally planned to make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace after some time, but it seems like I really have to make a trip there. Otherwise, anyone will jump out at me. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, the space above the courtyard fluctuated. Junior brother, are you all right? A person came out of the void. It was the fourth senior brother, Wenren Zhengong. He looked rather anxious, but he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Fei was safe and sound. Lin Fei hadn't seen his fourth senior brother for a long time. Thank you for your concern, fourth senior brother. Look at me. What could possibly happen to me? Wenren Zhengong heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to see that you're all right. By the way, is Attendant Li here? Under normal circumstances, he should be here by now. Could it be that he was delayed? Are you talking about Attendant Li? He brought people back. Lin Fei chuckled. He went back? How is that possible? Wenren Zhengong knew Attendant Li's strength. With the three of them working together and the treasures of the Dark Shadow Palace, this junior brother of his was really not easy to deal with. Is there a mistake? Attendant Li isn't that easy to negotiate with. He really went back, Lin Fei said. I gave him more than 20 slaps and then went back. That can't be right? More than 20 slaps? Wenren Zhengong still didn't quite believe it. Ever since he knew that Attendant Li had come to the Yunhai nation, he had come as soon as he could, afraid that his junior brother, Lin Fei, would be at a disadvantage. Of course. Lin Fei smiled and released his aura. The aura of the 8th tier of the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversal Body was unleashed. Chapter 2872. Wenren Zhengong came for Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace looked peaceful from the outside, but the internal competition was fierce. After all, the distribution of resources was very important for a top force. Everyone wanted more resources. With resources, they would be able to cultivate better. Everyone attached great importance to resources, using all kinds of method. That hierarch Dark Shadow did not place too many restrictions on the lower ranks, as long as they did not cross the bottom line. Fighting for resources was also a kind of cultivation method. When eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang heard that someone wanted to make a move against Lin Fei, he immediately sent Wenren Zhengong over. No one dared to disrespect him. The only unexpected thing was that junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had quietly advanced to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a venerable lord of the Body Tempering School. Wenren Zhengong was ecstatic. This is great, Master will be very happy if he finds out. Wenren Zhengong had been stuck at the Venerable Lord realm for a long time. He knew how difficult it was to break through, thus he had been worried about his junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I just advanced some time ago. At that time, the Blood Fiend ruler brought people to cause trouble. I was at a critical moment, so I didn't make a move. I didn't expect them to really seize the opportunity. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. Then you should have informed us. Wenren Jingong grumbled. If any of us had come, they wouldn't have dared to act presumptuously even if you gave them 100 guts. You are, really, Lin Fei smiled wryly. I thought breaking through was easy, so, you are. It was the first time Wenren Jingong had heard such an excuse. He looked disappointed. Luckily, you have leveled up. What I have been worrying about the most won't happen. Otherwise, you will be punished by our master to face the wall for 10,000 years. Warmth rose in Lin Fei's heart. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, it won't happen again. This was the first time Wenren Jingong saw his junior apprentice brother's gut. Since you've broken through to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, it's time to return to the Dark Shadow Palace. Becoming a venerable lord in 100,000 years is not bad. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I have the same thought. Now that my cultivation is successful, it's time to show others, lest they think I'm easy to bully. Lin Fei didn't need to make any arrangements to go to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. Before he left, he informed senior brother Long Yu that there was no need to worry about the matters in the Cloud Sea Nation. The two of them headed to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace together. Wenren Jingong couldn't stop praising his junior, Lin Fei's strength. They were both body-tempering school supremacies, especially close combat experts, and both had martial arts fanatics in their hearts. On that very day they sparred with each other, and the scene was extremely exciting. Unfortunately, only the two of them could see it. You must participate in the Shadow Throne this time, Wenren Jingong seriously said on the way. Originally, I wasn't interested in this, but since they didn't want me to go and wanted to pull me down, then I must go once to broaden my horizons. Now Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Wenren Jingong smiled and said, The Shadow Throne is our Dark Shadow Palace's sacred land. It's said that our supreme divinity obtained this place from a certain place. It's very mysterious, and it opens once every 500,000 years. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, only the Massacre Court and the Space-Time Temple have such a sacred land. Lin Fei asked curiously, Senior brother, have you been there? Yes, I have. That place is very mysterious, but unfortunately, I didn't gain anything from it. But I've broadened my horizons. Wenren Jingong said with a hint of regret, If you want to go a second time, you have to accumulate contribution points. If you don't gain anything from it, it's good to broaden your horizons. For example, there are demons from the demonic nation suppressed by the supreme divinity. Each of them is at the level of a great supremacy. That place is truly demonic. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. It can't be. There are really great demons there? Aren't they afraid of causing destruction in there? Wenren Jingong said mysteriously, There aren't any. Those great devils are all confined to a certain area to be used as training. It is said that whoever can kill a great devil will be able to obtain some good stuff. Lin Fei's heart was moved. Deacon Li's clone immediately went to report the situation. In a huge mansion in the Dark Shadow Palace, the Elysian Son of Heaven sat high up in his seat. 100,000 years had passed. The sacred Son of the past had become the new supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace and had great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. In that case, the mission has failed. The Holy Son of Heaven was dressed in white and was filled with a holy aura. Behind him was a great Buddha. It was faintly discernible, as if it did not belong to the mortal world. Her soft words were spoken in an irresistible tone. Deacon Li knelt on the ground. I didn't expect it either. That Lin Fei's strength doesn't match the information. The Elysian Son of Heaven had a pure and holy look on his face, which was very different from before. Get up, you can't be blamed for this. Xingtian raised his left hand and a white spiritual bead condensed. Your clone used up your life force. This is your compensation. Thank you, High Lord. Deacon Li retreated from the hall. Brother Xingtian, It seems like your people are lacking awe. After Deacon Lee left, a middle-aged man exuding a strong Buddhist aura walked out from the side hall. I heard that Lin Fei has been Great Venerable Hantian's personal disciple for 100,000 years, but he has yet to break through to 8th Order Heavenly God realm. He is the weakest disciple of Brother Shengtian's generation. Logically speaking, Deacon Lee and the other two shouldn't have failed. Elysian Son of Heaven's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. I will definitely get the qualification that belongs to you. Elysian Son of Heavenly God said, among Great Venerable Hantian's personal disciples, he is the only one who hasn't broken through to the High Lord realm. Since the first time isn't enough, let's try again. Dark Shadow Palace headquarters in another manner. Elysian Son of Heaven's people failed? Could it be that Lin Fei's senior brother went to help? Dugu Yijian was clad in a black robe, standing by the lake. His entire person resembled a sharp longsword, his sword intent tearing the surrounding void, forming a black hole. His eyes were filled with sword intent. No one dared to look him in the eye. No, it's Lin Fei who defeated Deacon Lee has the strength of a pseudo-venerable lord. One of Dugu Yijian's confidants said. Dugu Yijian was as cold as ever. His strength has increased, but he's still trash. What can he do even if he enters a great venerable lord's tutelage? Our people sent news that Lin Fei and Wenren Zhengong are heading to the headquarters. Dugu Yijian's eyes narrowed. Interesting. In the Dark Shadow Palace headquarters, some higher-ups' affairs. It was a secret to the people below. It wasn't a secret to the higher-ups. The Elysian Heavenly Prince had arranged for people to deal with Lin Fei in secret. At this time, there were naturally many people watching. When Deacon Lee and the others met with trouble, everyone knew. No one paid attention to Lin Fei's performance. Although the physique cultivation path was difficult, it still had its advantages. However, compared to people like Dugu Yijian and Elysian Heavenly Prince, it was still a far cry. When they heard that Lin Fei and Wenren Zhengong had returned together, they couldn't help laughing. Could it be that he couldn't swallow this humiliation and wanted to ask his master for help? Chapter 2873. Nearly 100,000 years had passed, but the Dark Shadow Palace was still the same. The passage of time did not leave any marks on the City of Shadows. It was as lively and prosperous as it was in the past. Wenren Zhengong was in a good mood. The thing that had worried him the most had finally been resolved, and Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had another powerful patriarch as his disciple. Now, he didn't have to worry about being laughed at anymore. At the very least, people would know that his master had good judgment. Although there were many disciples under venerable lords, it did not mean that everyone could become a venerable lord. Many were stuck at the threshold of 7th Order Heavenly God realm. As his senior brother, he was naturally happy that junior brother Lin Fei had successfully broken through. The two arrived at the City of Shadows. They immediately went to pay their respects to their master. Great Venerable Shaker's main body had been in secluded cultivation. This was what body-tempering cultivators liked to do the most. Compared to Emperor Will's school, there were no shortcuts. By a lake, Lin Fei once again saw Great Venerable Shaker. Clad in white robes, Great Venerable Shaker was fishing with a bamboo rod in his hand. Junior brother, it's best not to disturb Master's mood when he's fishing. Lin Fei was just about to say something when Wenren Zhengong stopped him with a look and transmitted his voice to him. Lin Fei had only seen Great Venerable Shaker a few times, so he definitely did not know about this little rule. An hour later, the bamboo rod sank. The fish had taken the bait. Great Venerable Shaker lightly lifted the rod. Waves rose on the lake's surface as a giant fish was pulled out. It was a 7th Order Heavenly God realm fish. However, it couldn't exert the slightest bit of strength under the bamboo rod. You're in luck today. We'll have grilled fish tonight. Great Venerable Shaker swung his arm. The fish fell to the ground, unable to move. Immediately, someone came to carry it away. Thank you, Master. Wenren Jingong was the first to speak. A seventh-order heavenly god realm fish, and a variant at that. It must taste good. Junior brother and I are in luck today. Disciple Lin Fei greets master. Lin Fei cupped his fist. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker turned around and fixed his deep eyes on Lin Fei for a moment with a smile. Not bad. You've worked hard. You've reached the 8th level of the Sacred Cloud Dragon's mighty style in less than 100,000 years. You didn't disappoint me. With that one glance, it was as if Lin Fei had seen through everything about him. Disciple has disappointed master. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said gently. 100,000 years? You're already very good. You can ask your 4th senior martial brother how long it took him, and how long it took you. Junior brother, it took me 150,000 years to break through to 8th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was in a good mood as he walked to a pavilion not far away and sat down. Make yourself at home. Have some tea. Of the 5 Grand Monarchs, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the least arrogant, but he was also the most protective. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had dozens of disciples, but Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker only had 5. He was famous in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei, I heard that Elysian Son of Heaven is looking for trouble with you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked casually. Lin Fei nodded. He arranged for Deacon Li to come over, and I beat him back. Then what do you plan to do? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. I'm Master's disciple. They dared to scheme against me, which means they're not giving Master face. Therefore, I've decided to make a scene, in case they don't know Master's existence. I'll beat up whoever disagrees until they do. Ha 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 ha! Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was overjoyed. Wenren, you should learn from your junior martial brother. Don't spend the whole day cultivating and researching. They're bullying you. Wenren Jingong was sweating profusely. In the City of Shadows, you can do whatever you want. Master will support you, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a domineering manner. Over the years, I've kept a low profile. Some people think that I'm backing down, and they're plotting against you for the Shadow Throne. How dare they? Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong both took deep breath. At this moment, they both felt a terrifying killing intent. You should know about the Shadow Throne. This year's competition is different from last time. I was worried about it, but now that you've become a Exalt, it couldn't be better. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker suddenly said, this time, the Shadow Throne will no longer be allocated among the participants. You'll have to fight for it. Even though you're my disciple, it'll be the same. Are you confident? Yes. Lin Fei was full of confidence. Now that you've become Exalt, I'll prepare a gift for you. Tell me, what do you want? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said with a smile. His killing intent had disappeared completely. A gift? It should be a reward. Lin Fei really didn't know what he wanted. He had his own weapon. Although the Sky Splitter was forged from a divine weapon made of origin power, it had a special property. It could change. This was one of the wonders of the weapon. When he was Proud Heaven, it could be the Sky Splitter. But when he was Lin Fei, it could be another weapon. Master, I want a weapon, a Exalt Lord grade weapon. I'm a little strong now, so ordinary weapons can't bear it, Lin Fei said after thinking for a moment. Now that his master had spoken, Lin Fei had a chance to make the Sky Splitter appear in front of him. It's best if it's a heavy weapon. It has to be heavy so that it'll be ferocious and domineering. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's smile grew even brighter. Heavy weapon? You've made the right choice. I do have a weapon. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker stretched out his hand, and a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a purple gold hammer. This purple hammer was huge, and completely different from the usual ones, as if it had been modified. This is a weapon left behind by a body-tempering school Exalt. It's called the Sky Splitter Hammer, and it has terrifying tearing power. I obtained it by chance. It's extremely heavy, An ordinary body-tempering school exalts can't even lift it. But once it's used, it's fierce and domineering. It's famous in the saint spirit world. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Try it and see if you're qualified to lift it. The Sky Splitter Hammer? The Sky Splitter Hammer? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a thought, the Sky Splitter Hammer flew over, leaving a purple afterimage in its wake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's gentle toss wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was purely a test for Lin Fei. Before the purple hammer reached him, Lin Fei felt an enormous gravitational force pressing down on him. The void around him seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and at the same time, a tearing aura could be felt. Good, this weapon suits me perfectly. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's aura erupted. Holy dragons circled around him as he reached out to grab the hammer. Countless tearing and gravitational forces attacked Lin Fei's right hand. Although the distance was small, there were many ways to do it. Chapter 2874. Lin Fei and Wenren Zhengong left at night. The fish meat roasted by a 7th-order heavenly god realm fish monster was extraordinarily delicious, making Lin Fei want to take some time to taste it. Only later did Lin Fei find out that this master of his had a great interest in eating. That lake had a large number of fish monsters, all of which had their consciousness erased and were kept in the lake. If it wasn't for his master being in a good mood, it would be hard to eat something of this level. Junior apprentice brother, you're really lucky. Master actually gave you the sky-splitting hammer. Wenren Zhengong said enviously. Even I'm green with envy. This is a good thing. I heard that it was mixed with divine essence force sand, raising its quality by a large margin. Even a reverend's treasure wouldn't be able to withstand it head-on. Unfortunately, I couldn't carry it back then. Lin Fei had never looked at the sky-splitting hammer in detail, thinking that it was heavy enough to replace the sky-splitting rod. Divine essence force sand. His divine sense sank into it, and as expected, he saw the problem. He was right. How is it? Did you see that? Divine essence force sand is a good thing. Wenren Zhengong said. Unfortunately, the number of people who know how to refine it is decreasing, almost to the point that there are none left. The divine essence force weapons that we see now are the ones that were passed down from the past. No way. Lin Fei frowned. Even Lord Hierarch can't do it, it's impossible. Nothing's impossible. Wenren Zhengong said. At Hierarch's level, they can master anything, but in terms of artifact forging, they are all amateurs. Lin Fei had never thought of this, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sky-splitting rod he refined was amazing. Luckily, I haven't used its full power yet. In the previous battles, Lin Fei had been sealing the sky-splitting rod's power, worried that it would be too explosive, and if news of it leaked out, it would attract a lot of trouble. That's true, after all, their target isn't these small paths. Lin Fei nodded. Junior brother, I will accompany you to the Holy Spirit Palace in a few days. There are quite a lot of rewards there. You should take them too, lest you waste them. Wenren Zhengong reminded him before leaving. Senior brother, I'll go alone. Lin Fei said smilingly. Who else in the City of Shadows can cause me trouble? It's already good enough that I don't go looking for them. Ha ha ha. Under the pavilion by the lake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker gazed at the lake not far away. Do you like to peep from the side every time? You're a scholar after all. Don't you think it's shameless? There was a fluctuation in the void, and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar quietly came out of the void. Han Tian, it's boring. Don't you know how to pretend? The middle-aged scholar said with dissatisfaction. I can't do it. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. You're really a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. No wonder everyone has their eyes on your disciple. I think you should go out for a stroll. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker rolled his eyes. Do you think it's fun? Of course it's fun. Beating them until they cry for their parents, isn't that what you martial artists like to do the most? The more the middle-aged scholar spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker shook his head repeatedly. Right, what do you think of my disciple? He's not even 100,000 years old, but he's already a venerable lord. He's not any weaker than your disciples. He's not bad indeed. The sacred cloud dragon physique isn't a top cultivation technique, but his physical body is extraordinarily tough. You've really taken in a good disciple. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise in store. Who was Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker? He was a top 9th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the number of great sovereigns was very limited. His disciple's physical body was extraordinary. This was not something an ordinary cultivation technique could achieve. He must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had good eyesight. Why don't you take a look at whose disciple he is? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said complacently. Look at yourself. Do you really think you can suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, Dugu Ijian, and the others? The middle-aged scholar mocked. Not necessarily. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a low voice. Do you know what I gave him? What? The middle-aged scholar didn't seem to care. The Heaven Splitter. What? He can hold the Heaven Splitter hammer? The scholarly middle-aged man's complexion changed. Isn't that the personal weapon of the demon nation's great demon lord? With that Heaven Splitter hammer, he killed countless powerhouses. That disciple of yours is actually able to wield it. This was something that no one dared to believe. Who said it wasn't? I was shocked on the spot. Does he know about the Heaven Splitter hammer? How would he know? In the entire Saint Spirit world, there are only a handful of people who know about it. That kid was so proud of himself, but he didn't know that he had leaked the information. The middle-aged scholar said solemnly. That's interesting. With the Heaven Splitter hammer, those guys are going to be in trouble. After all, it's an incomplete divine weapon. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that he had been tricked by his master. He returned to his cave abode. First, he took out the Heaven Splitter hammer. By the way, can you search for information about the Heaven Splitter hammer and other origin power divine weapons? The more Lin Fei looked at the Heaven Splitter hammer, the more extraordinary it seemed. Search it right now. It didn't seem right that his master had given such a good weapon to him so easily. Because he saw that there was something wrong with his master's expression, as if there was a look of astonishment in his master's eyes. Something was wrong. Lin Fei really wanted to know more about the Heaven Splitter hammer, especially since his senior brother had told him how precious origin power divine weapons were. Found it. The information entered Lin Fei's mind. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker would never have imagined that Lin Fei had scanned all the books in the Dark Shadow Palace's library, no matter what they were. It's so precious. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he realized that he had underestimated the Heaven Splitter hammer. Master, are you testing me? According to the information, this Heaven Splitter hammer was the personal weapon of a great demon of the Devil Nation, Heaven Splitter. He was an expert from tens of millions of years ago who was infinitely close to the godly Venerable realm. He was known as the Great Demon Venerable in the Devil Nation. 30 to 40 supremacies had died because of this weapon, and 3 grand supremacies had also died in the siege of more than 10 grand supremacies. Afterward, this weapon had fallen into the hands of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, this weapon was extremely heavy, and ordinary body-tempering supremacies couldn't carry it. Only those with top-notch heaven god bodies could carry it. There were very few heaven god bodies like this in the Saint Spirit domain. Even if there were, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate it. This Heaven Splitter hammer had been in the Dark Shadow Palace until it was awarded to Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He could barely use it, but not for a long time. He had only wanted to study the refinement of origin power divine weapons. As time passed, the Heaven Splitter hammer lost its previous reputation. I was wondering why Master looked at me strangely after that. Turns out I've exposed myself. Lin Fei thought to himself. That's good too. The more powerful I am, the more confidence Master has in me. I don't have to worry about anything. After reading the information, Lin Fei's smile widened. With the Heaven Splitter Hammer, my strength will increase, and it will be perfectly justifiable. No one will have any doubts anymore. This is really a great gift. Lin Fei really wanted to thank his master. Chapter 2875. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave his residence in the City of Shadows. The Sky Splitter Hammer was replaced by the Sky Splitter Rod. It looked exactly the same. Even the weight of the rod was the same. Even his master wouldn't be able to tell the difference. 5 or 6 days passed leisurely in the residence. Lin Fei leisurely headed to the Sacred Spirit Palace. The Sacred Spirit Palace, as the name suggested, was a place to test one's strength. It had a very special status in the Dark Shadow Palace and was the fairest place. No matter who it was, no matter how many tricks they had to behave themselves in the Sacred Spirit Palace. One's realm and strength could be seen clearly in the Sacred Spirit Palace. I haven't been back for so long, but there are so many people who care about me. He exited the residence and walked on the road to the Sacred Spirit Palace. Lin Fei chuckled when he saw the scouts nearby. Lin Fei is heading towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. He must be testing his strength. I heard that he hasn't been to the Sacred Spirit Palace for a long time. He has only been there once so far. The news spread. Everyone knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. No one dared to do anything to a personal disciple under Venerable Skyshaker. For example, those disciples who were still in the Heavenly God realm would, at most, look down on Lin Fei. A personal disciple with the least potential in the same batch. Lin Fei walked on the road and arrived at the Sacred Spirit Palace at a steady pace. The Sacred Spirit Palace was very lively. Compared to other places, this place was much more crowded. It was a palace with a plaza in the center of the palace. On the plaza was a black tower. This black tower was called the Sacred Spirit Tower. It had a total of 10 floors. Rumor had it that Hierarch Dark Shadow had personally set it up. The strength test on each floor was very standard. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he heard cheers coming from the plaza. Senior Brotherly is amazing. He passed 3 floors in a row and is now in the 6th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. If Senior Brother isn't amazing, who is? He has only been in the Dark Shadow Palace for 30,000 years. At the foot of the Sacred Spirit Tower stood a group of heavenly gods of varying cultivation levels. Lin Fei stood quietly not far away. The influence of the Dark Shadow Palace is quite great. Batch after batch of celestial god experts have good potential. With a simple glance, he knew that these disciples of the heavenly god realm had great potential. They're out. After standing there for a while, someone came out of the Holy Spirit Tower. Congratulations, Senior Brotherly. Senior Brotherly is already a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. A group of celestial god disciples surrounded him. Almost immediately, a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Supervisor came up to register. This was also a tradition of the Holy Spirit Tower. After registering, the manager would reward the applicants with contribution point. In the Dark Shadow Palace, as long as you had a breakthrough within a certain period of time, especially after you passed the assessment, you would receive contribution points as a reward. This was also a good reward to motivate everyone to train hard. After that, Senior Brotherly, more than 10 heavenly gods went to participate in the test one after another. Compared to the first Senior Brotherly, there was still a gap. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. When the dozen or so heavenly deity disciples were done, only then did Lin Fei walk up unhurriedly. This is mine. He threw the proof of identity to the supervisor. Although the supervisor was only a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, he was a completely different person now that he had the authority to manage the Holy Spirit Tower. Which Heavenly God Realm disciple did not treat him with the utmost respect? Lin Fei's actions displeased the Heavenly God Realm Supervisor, especially when he saw the other party's young age, thinking that he was a new Heavenly God Realm disciple. "What's your name? Don't you know that you have to follow the rules in the Holy Spirit Palace?" The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor did not look at the proof of identity. Lin Fei frowned. "Follow the rules?" The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was even more certain that the other party was a newcomer. The newcomers these days are getting more and more unruly. Don't you know that the Holy Spirit Tower's assessment needs to be booked in advance? The Heavenly God Realm disciples who had yet to leave knew that this newcomer was in for a bad time. "Whose disciple is that? He actually doesn't know how to tidy things up." "That's right, does he really think he can enter just because he's here? Why doesn't he take a look at his background first?" The Heavenly God Realm disciples discussed among themselves. Lin Fei could clearly hear the words around him. "Benefits?" Lin Fei chuckled. "You want benefits?" The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was not afraid of a newcomer. This was also an invisible rule of the Holy Spirit Tower. "You want to take the assessment without benefits? Don't you know how many disciples there are in the Dark Shadow Palace? If you want to go and I want to go, wouldn't it be a complete mess?" The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor chuckled coldly. "If you don't want to give me benefits, then you can just wait in line." It had only been less than 100,000 years, and Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter something like this. He seemed to recall that this had not happened the last time he was here. The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was not afraid that this guy wouldn't give him benefit. "Not bad. You've got some guts." Lin Fei walked forward. "I think you should just obediently pick up my proof of identity and wait for me to come out." The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was so enraged that he started to laugh. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. "Stop. You're not allowed to go in." The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor stepped forward and spoke in a menacing manner. Normally, no Heavenly God disciple would dare to stand still when he shouted at them. "Piss off." Lin Fei waved a hand, and a huge force crashed into the Heavenly God Realm Supervisor's body, sending him rolling to the side. "If you dare to stand in my way again, I'll kill you with one palm strike." The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was also given a fright by Lin's actions. That wave of his hand was so powerful that he felt as if he was going to be torn apart. Even now, his legs had turned to jelly, and he could only watch as Lin walked into the Holy Spirit Tower. ****, how dare you hit me?" The Heavenly God Realm Supervisor was enraged, and his eyes were filled with hatred. "How dare you hit me? You're done for." He immediately pulled out his communication talisman. "Manager Bai, someone has forced his way into the Holy Spirit Palace and is even assaulting someone. You have to uphold justice for me." All the Heavenly God disciples in the distance widened their eyes. "Who knows who that person is? That's insane. How dare he hit the manager? Could he be a disciple of the Exalted Lord? How is that possible? If he's an elder's disciple, who would dare to put on airs? Maybe he's a newcomer. I think I've informed Manager Bai. Something big is going to happen." These Heavenly God disciples immediately sent out the news. In the Dark Shadow Palace, where rules were as strict as the heavens, no one dared to hit a manager. Even a sixth-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator had great authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. News of this immediately spread among the disciples of the Heavenly Deity Realm. Some busybodies all came to watch the liveliness. Everyone wanted to know which new disciple was so tyrannical, actually not giving face to the steward at all, making a move at the slightest disagreement. This was no different from throwing a rock into the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace. A short while later, a manager hurried over with a dozen Heavenly God disciples. This manager was none other than Manager Bai. Manager Bai's sharp gaze swept over the Heavenly God disciples, causing them to shiver in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 2876. He's in. Caretaker Bai said coldly. I really don't know what you're doing. You can't even keep an eye on one person. What a disgrace. The heavenly god manager lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Wait for him to come out. Chief Steward Bai was not considered a warden in the Dark Shadow Palace, but he was still a steward with considerable authority. More importantly, his backer was the Elysian Sun. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Dugu Ijian, the Elysian Sun, and Batian were the strongest of the younger generation. They all had the support of the Deacon Elders and had great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. In the last assessment, Lin Fei stopped at the Saint Spirit 3rd level. He wasn't interested in this kind of test, so he didn't come. This time, Lin Fei was planning to go to the Dark Shadow Throne. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the rules were unchangeable, which was why he decided to take the assessment. Enemies would appear on every floor of the Holy Spirit Palace. Only by defeating the enemy would they be able to advance to the next level. The rules were simple, but it was still difficult to do it. Last time, I refrained from making a move. It's a good time to settle this once and for all. The first enemy appeared. Lin Fei waved his hand and a powerful force swept out. After killing the other party, Zhang Xian successfully entered the next level. Chief Steward Bai sat there with his saber in his hand, exuding a cold and gloomy aura. 4th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. In Manager Bai's opinion, this new disciple's strength was only around 6th order Heavenly God realm. Once he came out, he would let him know the consequences of being so impudent. On the plaza, many Heavenly God disciples came to watch. Chief Steward Bai didn't stop them. He couldn't wait to let everyone know that anyone who acted presumptuously here would be unlucky. Look, it's the 4th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 5th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 6th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 7th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. The expressions of the Heavenly God disciples changed slightly. This speed was too fast. That's way too fast. Could that person be trying to break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm? That's not the Supremacy Realm anymore. Someone exclaimed. In the past, every level of the Holy Spirit Palace required time. He had never seen anything so fast. Chief Steward Bai was currently resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the discussion, he opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. As expected, the other party had stopped at the 7th level of the Saint Soul Realm. Steward Bai, don't listen to their nonsense. That guy will definitely come out soon. It's not that easy to reach the 8th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. I've never heard of a new Lord of the High Lord appearing in our Dark Shadow Palace. Manager Bai also didn't believe that anyone could break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. The Dark Shadow Palace was so big that they would still know about the slightest movement. Currently, there was really no Lord Supremacy who had just been promoted. That time, those big shots didn't come in a large group. How could they come to take the test alone? I must be thinking too much. Chief Steward Bai shook his head. But in the next second, cries of surprise erupted in the square. 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. Are you kidding me? A High Lord has appeared. Heavens, I actually saw someone successfully break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. Those heavenly deity disciples were all dumbfounded. His breathing quickened. This was the birth of a supremacy. Chief Steward Bai's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. His expression flickered and he could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? That kid is a High Lord. The previous steward's voice trembled. A Heavenly God realm disciple and a High Lord couldn't be compared. A High Lord could deal with him with a single word. There were so many 7th order Heavenly God realm disciples in the Dark Shadow Palace, but those that could break through to the High Lord realm were few and far between. Something big is going to happen. Chief Steward Bai stood up with a whoosh and slapped the steward's face. Why aren't you picking up the identification? Let's see who it is. Even if Chief Steward Bai relied on Lord Elysian Heavenly Son, he didn't have much confidence in a High Lord. At this time, Chief Steward Bai really wanted to slap this guy to death. You're stopping a High Lord from taking the test, aren't you courting death? It's him, it's actually him. The moment he picked up the identification and saw the name on it, his legs went soft. Who? Chief Steward Bai asked anxiously. It's Great Lord Hantian's disciple, Lin Fei. Ah, it's that good-for-nothing Lin Fei. Chief Steward Bai didn't dare to believe it. How did that guy break through? Didn't they say that it would take him at least 300,000 years to break through? It hasn't even been 100,000 years, okay? Great Lord Hantian was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. As Lin Fei stepped into the 8th layer of the Saint Spirit Palace, the entire Dark Shadow Palace rang with a loud bell. The unique bell of the Holy Spirit Palace was automatically set. Whenever a Heavenly God Realm disciple entered the 8th layer, the bell would ring automatically. This meant that a High Lord had appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace. Dang, dang, dang. The sound was loud and clear. The first to hear it was the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lord. His gaze immediately fell on the Saint Spirit Palace. No way, someone broke through again. I wonder whose disciple it is. Quick, let's go take a look. If he's lucky, he might even become a High Lord's disciple. The Heavenly God Realm disciple reacted quickly. In those cave abodes, the High Lords also opened their eyes. After all, the appearance of a High Lord had a completely different meaning. Thus, these clones left the cave abodes and came to the sky above the Saint Spirit Palace. It's the 8th layer. Is he going to break through to the 9th layer? Who knows which Heavenly God Realm disciple is inside? The High Lord's clones asked curiously. The Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples had the highest chance of becoming a High Lord. Ordinary Heavenly God Realm disciples had a 3% chance, and personal disciples had at least a 7% chance. If a High Lord appeared, it would definitely be beneficial to rope him in. I think he's called Lin Fei or something, one of the High Lord's clones said. The High Lords in the sky widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. It can't be. I seem to remember that Lin Fei is the most useless one. He's still a body-tempering cultivator. It's true. Chief Steward Bai has proof of his identity. He became a High Lord in 100,000 years, and he's a body-tempering cultivator at that. Who says that he's not talented? After a momentary daze, the High Lord's clones revealed strange looks. A body-tempering cultivator who cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body and not a top-notch heavenly god body cultivation technique of less than 100,000 years was already a top-notch expert among the High Lord. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was already a top-notch expert. This was also a major advantage of a body-tempering cultivator's supremacy. To become a High Lord in 100,000 years, he's already a second-level figure among the High Lords. Unfortunately, compared to Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun, he's still a long way off. They already have the strength of a first-level High Lord. I seem to have heard that the Elysian Sun and Lin Fei aren't on good terms. There's going to be a good show. The circle of High Lords in the Dark Shadow Palace could not hide things. Many people knew about the situation. The 8th layer of the Saint Spirit Palace. Lin Fei was wielding the Sky Splitter Hammer and fighting with a pitch-black strange person for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The 8th layer was what Lin Fei was interested in. Shadows shot out one after another. Chapter 2877. The Sacred Spirit Palace, where the Dark Shadow Palace was located, suddenly became lively. The clones of the supremacies that were usually unseen appeared in the sky above the Sacred Spirit Palace. It was rare to see more than 20 supremacies in such a short period of time. The appearance of a new supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace was of great significance. Look, the first elder is here too. The second elder is here too. And the third elder. The 10 great divine realm elders who were in charge of the daily affairs of the Dark Shadow Palace arrived one after another. They had also received the news that the newly ascended supremacy was Lin Fei, whom they had always looked down on. He had become a newly ascended supremacy. Everyone stared at the 8th layer of the Sacred Spirit Palace. He seems to have lasted for a long time. We really underestimated this Lin Fei. He broke through in 100,000 years. Even if he broke through, he would at most have the strength of a Stage 2 supremacy. He's still far from Duguijian and the Elysian Sun. An hour later, a figure emerged from the Sacred Spirit Palace. He was dressed in black. A powerful supremacy aura exuded from his body. He's out. It really is Lin Fei. Wrong. It's supremacy Lin Fei now. When the figure appeared, everyone knew that the personal disciple of great venerable Shaker Tian had really succeeded in breaking through and had even lasted for an hour at the 8th layer of the Sacred Spirit Palace. This potential far surpassed 2/3 of the newly ascended supremacies. Every time someone broke through from the 7th layer of the Sacred Spirit Palace to the 8th layer of the Sacred Spirit Palace, they would subconsciously fight the opponent at the 8th layer. Every time, most of them would be defeated within a few breaths and teleported out. Lin Fei's performance had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. An hour. Back then, only the Duguijian, Saint Sun and the others were able to achieve such a standard. And now, Lin Fei had appeared as well. This was truly surprising. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin Fei, for becoming a new supremacy. Congratulations. Our Dark Shadow Palace has a new supremacy. A heavenly god elder immediately came up to congratulate him. The avatars of the supremacies also came up to congratulate him. Even the avatars of the supremacies who looked down on Lin Fei previously also came up to congratulate him politely. Lin Fei returned their greetings in a very humble and courteous manner. This was also the first time the heavenly deity disciples saw Lin Fei, this personal disciple of the Ascendant Empyrean. Back then, this senior brother Lin Fei had stolen the limelight from Duguijian and many others. Now that he had broken through, he would immediately have the strength of a second-stage supremacy. His talent wasn't that bad. Once he grasped the powerful body-tempering Saint Spirit secret technique, his strength would increase by another level. The gap in strength between supremacies could be very big or very small. High Lord, I was wrong just now. Deacon Li came forward to admit his mistake. Chief Steward Bai brought Chief Steward Li, who had committed the crime, to the front of Lin Fei cautiously. His previous arrogance was now gone. High Lord, I deserve to die. I was blinded by greed. I was wrong. Chief Steward Li slapped himself with great force. Pot. His face was swollen like a pig's head. The heavenly god elders and the avatars of the supremacies, who came up to congratulate him, were all smiling. Only a few heavenly god elders had anger on their faces, as if they hated them for not doing their job properly. Lin Fei looked on with a smile and didn't stop them. It's too light. Not good. Chief Steward Bai's heart sank as he shouted at Chief Steward Li. The supremacy has already said it. Hurry up. If you do something wrong, you should obediently accept your punishment. Yes, I was wrong. I wouldn't dare to mess around here. Chief Steward Li continued to slap with all his strength. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he blamed himself for all the mistakes. Chief Steward Bai lowered his head and said, Lord Supremacy, I will definitely handle this matter properly. Something like this will never happen again. From everyone's point of view, Chief Steward Bai lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, from Lin Fei's point of view, Chief Steward Bai was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything at all. It was obvious that he didn't take it seriously. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, after returning and receiving instructions from his master, he wasn't worried that anything would happen. No matter how big the commotion was, his master would come out to support it. Lin Fei chuckled, "You're quite courageous. If I hadn't advanced to the supremacy realm, would you have arrested me? Don't tell me you didn't have any thoughts." Chief Steward Bai lowered his stance, but he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes. Whether it was influence or other aspects, he couldn't compare to those few. "Lord Supremacy, you've misunderstood. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare," Chief Steward Bai said repeatedly. At this time, a heavenly god elder came up and said, "Supremacy Lin, it's better for us to handle this kind of matter. For this kind of situation, we'll definitely punish him severely and give you a satisfactory explanation. Yes, leave this matter to us." With a heavenly god elder stepping forward, several heavenly god elders immediately stepped forward with smiles on their faces. It seemed like they were giving face to Lin Fei, but in reality, they weren't giving face at all. Instead, they were siding with Chief Steward Bai. Chief Steward Bai also revealed a hint of smugness. "Is that so?" The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. As a member of the Dark Shadow Palace, to threaten a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace and collect benefits, in my opinion, this kind of person deserves to die. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't be a pity. If you guys aren't going to handle it, I'll do it. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Don't. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a strong wind swept past. Chief Steward Li immediately turned into a pile of minced meat. He couldn't be more dead. A mere steward wasn't qualified to cultivate the clone technique. Chief Steward Bai's eyes widened. "You? How could you kill him? You're too much." In the Dark Shadow Palace, the life and death of a steward had to be approved by the disciplinary hall. Otherwise, no one had the right to make the decision. The heavenly god elders and the High Lord's clones, who were full of smiles, froze slightly. All sorts of thoughts ran through their mind. He's just a steward. So what if he's killed? Lin Fei flicked his finger. And you can't tell right from wrong. I think you can accompany him on his journey. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. "Elder, save me!" Chief Steward Bai also turned into a pile of minced meat. A faint smell of blood permeated the air. "Everyone, don't tell me you don't know whether this kind of person should be killed or not." Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across the crowd, especially the heavenly god elders. All of them broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to look him in the eye. They didn't think that Lin Fei would really dare to kill someone. He killed 2 at once. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was Chief Steward Bai. He was an Elysian Sun's man. He's too reckless. Of all the people he could offend, why did he offend the Elysian Sun? Could it be that Lin Fei did it on purpose? That should be the case. I heard that the Elysian Sun had looked for trouble with Lin Fei before. The High Lord's clones all had different expressions. Everyone knew that Lin Fei and the Elysian Sun were going to clash. Maybe the Elysian Sun will be here soon. Chapter 2878. Brother Dugu, I didn't expect you to come as well. In the void above the Holy Spirit Palace, Dugu Ijian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was delicate and pretty, but just by standing there, an invisible sword intent filled the surroundings, forming a terrifying sword intent domain. With just a thought, the domain could become big or small. Not to mention anything else, if an ordinary early-stage supremacy were to approach the sword intent domain, there would be no need for supremacy Duguijian to act. The boundless sword intent domain would be able to severely injure the other party. This was the terrifying power of a third-stage supremacy. At this moment, standing not far away was a tall and sturdy young man. His body was filled with wild and explosive power, like a peerless general with indescribable might. I came to take a look, Paragon Duguijian said calmly. That person's temper is still as bad as ever. Back then, he became a disciple of the Great Supremacy and became a supremacy in 100,000 years. His talent is not bad. Unfortunately, He became a supremacy a little too late. He just had to face the Elysian sun. The young man was the overlord of the past. He had become the disciple of the giant I supremacy, and was now a supremacy. Duguijian suddenly looked into the distance and revealed a smile. Elysian son of heaven is here. Far away in the library, an old man lazily opened his eyes. He grabbed at the air and took out a wine gourd. Then, he gulped down wine, squinting his eyes. Good lad, you're ready to make a big commotion now that you've arrived? The old man drank a few mouthfuls of wine. The Elysian son of heaven has also come. This is going to be interesting. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if this kid has the ability to fight against a peak third-order Elysian son of heaven with the strength of a second-order High Lord. Elysian son of heaven is here. In the distance, a Buddhist light appeared. It was colorful, like a rainbow after the rain. The Buddhist light grew bigger and more obvious. At the same time, a huge phantom appeared. This is interesting. With the death of Chief Steward Bai and the arrival of the sacred Son of Heaven, everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Elysian Son of Heaven's Buddhist arts are getting more and more exquisite. Even from a distance, he was able to make people fall for his tricks unknowingly. His strength is comparable to Duguijian's. It's very likely that he will become a great sovereign lord in the future. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and the seven-colored Buddhist light in the distance surged over like seawater. Taking a closer look, there were actually bubbles in the depths of the Buddhist light. Each bubble had an Elysian son of heaven sitting in it, chanting in Sanskrit, looking divine and noble. Endless Sanskrit sounds emerge. Lin Fei's disturbance in the sea. Before the person arrived, the dismounted horse's prestige had already arrived. Isolate the outside world. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with him, and asked the system to block it. The Sanskrit sounds continued. The shielding effect was surprisingly good. Regardless of whether it was an expert of the illusory school or someone else, it was directly shielded. Lin Fei was completely fine. Sacred Son of Heaven, your Sanskrit sounds aren't powerful enough. I don't feel anything at all. Is it because your Dharma isn't profound enough? The surrounding heavenly god elders and High Lord clones had long since moved away. The Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven were not easy to endure. He actually blocked it. It can't be, right? Could it be that Lin Fei has also cultivated a soul secret technique? This is too easy. Everyone knew how powerful the Sanskrit chant of the Elysian Son of Heaven was. Its might was definitely top-notch. Most people didn't like to listen to the Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven. If they were careless, they would fall for it and be controlled, becoming one of the puppets. They originally wanted to see Lin Fei suffer a setback, but at this moment, all of them shut their mouths. This Lin Fei was truly quite capable. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, Brother Lin Fei is still as straightforward as ever. The Elysian Son of Heaven's pure and holy aura brought along a seven-colored stream of light as he appeared in the sky above the sacred spirit palace. The gentle and holy aura shone like sunlight, landing on the heavenly god disciples below. Their gazes all changed. I've always been straightforward. But you, on the other hand, look more and more like a charlatan. Even your words carry Sanskrit sounds. Are you trying to bewitch everyone? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, shattering everyone's thoughts. The heavenly god disciples below recovered from their daze one by one. They didn't know what to do. This was a conflict. Charlatan? Everyone wanted to laugh. This Lin Fei was too good at talking. In the dark shadow palace, no one dared to call the Elysian Son of Heaven a charlatan. Although he did look like a charlatan now, that was also because of his cultivation technique. His pure and holy aura had also become effeminate, making people feel very uncomfortable. However, Lin Fei was the first person who dared to call the Elysian Son of Heaven a charlatan in public. The Elysian Son maintained a friendly smile, and there was not a trace of anger on his face. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a good-tempered person. Everyone knew that the Elysian Son of Heaven had a bad temper. I originally wanted to congratulate you. After all, we came in together. Everyone is happy that you can become a supremacy, but you shouldn't have killed people, the Elysian Son said with a regretful expression. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, Why? Is Chief by your man? Then you really have to thank me properly. If not for me, I don't know how much trouble your subordinates would have caused for you. Lin Fei, I forgot to tell you that I'm now the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. You've killed Chief Steward Bai and Chief Steward Li. No matter what the reason is, you have to come with me to the Disciplinary Hall. The Elysian Heavenly Son suddenly yelled, Come with me now. Whoosh! A large hand filled with 7-colored Buddhist light reached out to grab Lin Fei. The surrounding void was quickly sealed. This is the Elysian Son of Heaven's Great Cage. The Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique is specially used to suppress people. The old man in the library gulped down wine. This Elysian Son of Heaven really knows how to talk. He immediately put a big hat on Lin Fei. The Great Cage Mystic technique is getting more and more powerful. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if that silly Lin Fei will be able to block it. That's right, that fellow seems to have cultivated the top-notch dark clone technique back then. I wonder how it is now. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. I'm a High Lord. What can you do about it if I kill 2 ungrateful stewards? Lin Fei snorted coldly and blasted out a palm. Seal Soul Severing Palm. It was the same Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique. Its power had also reached the 2nd level. The 2 extremely powerful Sacred Soul killing techniques clashed. The void that was originally sealed in the surroundings was pushed forward. The 2 palms collided heavily, setting off a terrifying wave that swept in all directions. The surrounding High Lords clones all released their Emperor intent and sealed the power of the wave. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Elysian Son of Heaven, I've long heard that you're powerful in Yunhai, but it seems like you're not that powerful. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a disappointed look, If you don't show me what you're capable of, I guess you'll have wasted your efforts. The Elysian Son of Heaven was still as calm as ever. You've also improved. I thought that you were still as weak as before. The Elysian Son of Heaven suddenly stretched out his hand. A dream come true. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fei. So powerful. It's another Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique. Chapter 2879. The huge bubble instantly trapped Lin Fei. There was no trace of the bubble and it appeared out of nowhere. Another Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move. Dream, nothing. This move is so terrifying. Rumor has it that this Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move is related to the Space Sect. It's the hardest to defend against. I wonder if Lin Fei can break it. Yeah, it's really hard to defend against this move. The Elysian Son had a smile on his face. Lin Fei, this Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move is my own creation. You're welcome to comment on it. The colorful light flowed continuously and the huge bubble began to shrink. I forgot to tell you that this move of mine will seal you. However, it's only your physical body. It won't be a problem. The Elysian Son revealed a victorious smile. He would definitely return the favor for losing to Lin Fei back then. Dream, nothing was only one of the Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer moves that the Elysian Son had mastered. However, its power was terrifying. Is that so? Lin Fei began to throw punches. Each of his punches created a black gust of wind that swept across the colorful bubble. The terrifying force landed on the colorful bubble, but it only shook slightly. There wasn't much change. Not bad. After a few punches, the colorful bubble did not budge and began to shrink. The space for movement was getting smaller and smaller. It's useless. You won't be able to break this move. The Elysian Son is getting more and more annoying. In the void, the Overlord said unhappily. Back then, Lin Fei suppressed him. I didn't expect that he would suffer a loss this time. Once you're trapped, it's not that easy to break out of a dream is nothing. The Overlord was very familiar with this move. It wasn't easy to break unless he was prepared in advance. If Lin Fei can't break this move, it'll be really disappointing. He'll have to stop at level 2 supremacy. Duguijin's face was calm and expressionless. If you're defeated by the Elysian Sun, I'll be too disappointed in you. Duguijin had a deep impression of Lin Fei, the guy who had suppressed him in the past. He was very happy that the other party had become a supremacy. In the beginning, Duguijin had regarded Lin Fei as an opponent. Later on, Lin Fei's performance had been disappointing. Gradually, he had forgotten about Lin Fei. Eldest senior brother, junior brother seems to be in trouble. That Elysian Son of Heaven is really shameless. He clearly knows that junior brother has only mastered a few Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret techniques, but he still chose to use this. He's too much of a bully. Second senior brother you sure also came. Of course, it was his clone. Let's continue watching. Eldest senior brother Chongyang also frowned slightly. Our junior brother shouldn't be that weak. I think so too. The Elysian Son of Heaven is very powerful. Junior brother became a supremacy in less than 100,000 years, much faster than us. Third senior brother Tian Ing also said. Even Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's junior martial brother was here. Naturally, they would not appear in the sky above the Holy Spirit Palace. Instead, they would watch from the void. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the middle-aged scholar were sitting by the lake. The battle between the Holy Spirit Palace's Elysian Son of Holy Spirit Palace and Lin Fei appeared before their eyes. Heaven Shaker, your junior brother doesn't seem to be able to hold on. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile while drinking tea. You didn't teach him a powerful killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. You should know that this move of the Elysian Son of Heaven is a combination of several styles. It can be considered a top killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker didn't show any anxiety on his face. Instead, he looked relaxed. What's the rush? He must have his reasons for daring to kill the steward. As his master, all I need to do is watch. Ha ha ha, you're really optimistic. Lin Fei attacked over 100 times. The giant rainbow bubble showed no signs of bursting. He also cast the sealing soul severing palm 7 or 8 times, but he couldn't shake the giant rainbow bubble. The space became smaller and smaller, and the power he cast was also suppressed. Stop struggling. You can't get out. Even if you use the sealing soul severing palm, it won't work. Elysian Son of Heaven said, I fused many styles into this move. It's not as easy to break as you think. You're doomed to fail. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that Elysian Son of Heaven's move was very powerful. The giant rainbow bubble walked the path of toughness. It did indeed fuse many styles into it. It was a mess, but it was perfectly fused together, and its power was infinitely amplified. Compared to the previous move, Great Prison Cage, this move was much more powerful. Elysian Son of Heaven's reputation in the Saint Spirit domain was indeed outstanding. If he encountered a body refining supremacy who didn't have any powerful moves, he would definitely suffer today. It's time for me to show off my body refining secret technique. Ever since Proud Heaven broke through to the 8th level, Lin Fei rarely used his body refining secret technique. In terms of pure strength, he was able to suppress many supremacy experts. Those body refining secret technique were rarely used. Elysian Son of Heaven, your move is indeed powerful. However, if you want to trap me, it's still far from enough. Lin Fei laughed. You have a powerful Saint Spirit secret technique, but do you really think I don't? Thunderclap Leap. This move came along with Proud Heaven's 4th level. It was very powerful, and it could also be used to escape. Lin Fei directly transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a dazzling light, a crack appeared in the giant rainbow bubble that even the fist technique couldn't break. He rushed out and appeared not far away. As soon as the thunderclap leap was unleashed, everyone was shocked. What move was that just now? I actually don't recognize it. What a good secret technique. It actually easily broke through Elysian Son of Heaven's secret technique. It seems to contain the space sect. The Supremacy's clone's expression began to change. This move was very profound. Everyone recalled and felt that this move was extraordinary. Most importantly, it was a body-refining secret technique. What a powerful kid. This move contains the space sect's secret technique, and with such domineering strength, it tore a crack. Could it be a self-created move? The eyes of the old man in the library lit up, and he suddenly became spirited. No, he's still young. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. That move just now can not only be used as an escape technique, but it also seems to be an offensive move. It has the same effect as the giant rainbow bubble. The more the old man watched, the happier he became. I thought it would be a one-sided fight, but now it seems that the kid can tie with just this move. Han Tian, your disciple is amazing. When did you learn such a move? The middle-aged scholar's interest was piqued. Great Venerable Han Tian revealed a look of shock. This kid really hid his strength well. He can even master such a move. No way, you didn't teach him that? The middle-aged scholar was shocked, and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. You really don't believe me? I really didn't teach him that move just now. You also know that although I'm a great venerable, I only have a few powerful Holy Spirit body-tempering killing moves. They can't compare to yours. Great Venerable Han Tian shook his head. Don't tell me. He created it himself. Lin Fei rushed out of the library with the thunderclap leap. Elysian Son of Heaven, you're too full of yourself. Look, I'm out now. I forgot to tell you that the move just now was also created by me. Alas, it's my fault for being so smart, Lin Fei said with a serious expression. Chapter 2880. Self-created. The Elysian Son was very proud of his talent. In less than 100,000 years, he had created several powerful sacred spirit secret arts. During this period, he had also improved several sacred spirit secret arts. That a dream is nothing was not an ordinary saint spirit imprisonment secret technique. Lin Fei had actually escaped from it so easily and even boasted that he had created it himself. This had greatly provoked the Elysian Son of Heaven. After failing to take down Lin Fei twice in a row, the Elysian Son of Heaven was in a bad mood. He felt very sullen. Could this guy really create it himself? I wonder how many times you can use it. The Elysian Son pointed in Lin Fei's direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared, each sealing Lin Fei. In an instant, more than a dozen rainbow-colored bubbles appeared. This was not the scariest thing. It was another power of the rainbow-colored bubbles. Self-destruction. Once formed, it would immediately explode. The sacred spirit palace was protected by a huge array formation. No matter how powerful it was, it could not shake the void. But for others, this scene was absolutely shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of each 7-colored bubble produced a tremendous amount of power. The aftershock was already so great, not to mention the center. Look, Lin Fei avoided one. Another one was avoided. That's too fast. 3, 4, 7-colored bubbles exploded one after another, and that region also became a terrifyingly dangerous region. It was truly terrifying, and those heavenly deity disciples all sucked in a cold breath of air. Not enough, still not enough. More. Lin Fei moved like lightning, constantly moving. It was impossible to capture his traces. The rainbow-colored bubbles were fast. But Lin Fei was even faster, constantly moving towards the Elysian Son. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, and the Elysian Son could not trap Lin Fei. The powerful killer move was useless at this time. Supremacy Lin Fei, Is he going to make a move? A sacred spirit secret art killer move that had never been seen before, and it was even from the physique cultivation sect. With just this move, there might not be many second-stage supremacy powerhouses who could defeat supremacy Lin Fei. If they were not careful, they might even be seriously injured. Thunder leap. Voila! A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The seven-colored Buddhist light in front of him collapsed. The Elysian Son's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually failed to block his opponent's killer move. Elysian Son, what do you think of my move? Not far away, Lin Fei held a piece of cloth in his hand and waved it lightly. It's called Thunderclap. It can kill all enemies. This was also the first time everyone had heard of this name. Previously, they were amazed by the speed of this move. However, when they saw that the Elysian Heavenly Sons were unable to defend against this move, their faces turned ugly. That's the power of a 9th-level Saint Spirit secret technique. Too scary. I didn't even see it clearly. The Elysian Son of Heaven seems to be injured. They did not expect Lin Fei to be able to injure the Elysian Son of Heaven, even if it was a small injury. I wonder if the Elysian Son of Heaven still wants to capture me. Lin Fei smiled. The Elysian Son already knew that it would be difficult to capture Lin Fei today unless he used his trump card. However, it would be inappropriate for him to continue attacking. Initially, he planned to capture Lin Fei in one move. However, the current situation, the Elysian Son of Heaven was very puzzled. This had indirectly increased Lin Fei's influence. Not only did he fail to capture Lin Fei, he even suffered a setback. A single thunderclap was enough to make the Elysian Son feel pressured. He could not find a good way to deal with it in a short period of time. If he allowed it to continue, he would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. The moment he was struck by the thunderclap, the Elysian Son could feel a large amount of vitality in his body being consumed. He was even more shocked. This lethality was too terrifying. This was the first time in the history of the Elysian Son of Heaven. He had seen the most powerful Holy Spirit secret art killer move. If this kind of depletion method was used for a long time, the loss would be great. If he was not careful, he might even die. Did I ever capture you? The Elysian Son of Heaven said seriously. I guess someone was joking with you. Ha! Joking? Everyone was stunned. Was the Elysian Son of Heaven going to give up? Dugu Ijian revealed a trace of a smile. Interesting, really interesting. To be able to create a body cultivation killer move like Thunderclap, its power is indeed extraordinary. It has both speed and power. It is really hard to defend against. Not far away, the tyrant also had a solemn expression. The Elysian Son of Heaven also has times where he is at a disadvantage. If I were to encounter Lin Fei's Thunderclap, I don't know how to defend against it. Once any Holy Spirit secret art killer move was used, everyone had to think of how to deal with it. For example, now, among the 10 supremacies, at least 8 were interested in the Thunderclap. This secret art killer move was good. The Elysian Son of Heaven pretended to be confused and retreated. After exchanging blows several times, 2 Holy Spirit level 9 secret art killer moves could not defeat Lin Fei. If he made another move, he would lose face. Lin Fei won. This personal disciple who had kept a low profile for 100,000 years finally had his own strength to tell everyone that there were experts under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Junior brother, good job. Wenren Zhengong was the first to fly out, his face full of smiles. He was in a good mood. That was amazing. Supremacy Sky Shadow also came and patted Lin Fei's shoulder. You are amazing to be able to create such a killer move. It is really good news for the body cultivation style. The body cultivation style had powerful killer moves, but they were few in number. They were not as good as those who cultivated Emperor intent. Therefore, once Lin Fei's Thunderclap was used, It was no less than a treasure to the supremacies of the body cultivation style. Lin Fei had not used the thunderclap for a long time. Now that he used it again, it was extremely powerful and could plunder vitality. Unfortunately, the Elysian sun retreated too quickly and did not have time to use it a few more times. That guy was lucky. The 4 personal disciples of Great Venerable Heaven Shaker were all here. Immediately, someone came to congratulate them again. Some of the Supremacy's clones greeted them and left. They needed to digest today's news. Lin Fei's performance was too shocking. With such a new supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace, who knew if the situation would change immediately? That thunderclap was unforgettable. Soon, the Supremacy's clones and the Heavenly God Elders left one by one. Junior brother, you have made us proud this time, Wenren Jingong said happily. We are under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Who are we afraid of? Junior brother, the Elysian sun is going to be depressed for a long time. Eldest senior brother Chongyang frowned slightly. Junior brother, you have to put away your secret killer move. I'm afraid that some people will think about it. Of course, there is nothing to be afraid of in the Dark Shadow Palace. The power of your thunderclap is quite terrifying outside. Lin Fei nodded. I will. Kid, let's talk. Chapter 2881. Everything happened too fast. What happened? Where's junior brother Lin Fei? It seems like a hand appeared just now, and then an old man took away junior brother. It was only after Lin Fei disappeared that Supremacy Chongyang and the others came to their senses. Their faces turned ugly. Who would be so audacious as to take away their junior brother in the City of Shadows? Eldest senior brother, I think I remember now. That person was the old man from the library. Wenren Jingong suddenly said with a smile of disbelief. No way, that martial arts fanatic. Chongyang's Supremacy was shocked. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Absolutely not. That person should be the old man from the library. I think he's called Wind Demon Supremacy. He's best at speed. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, his speed is among the top 3. Yes. I think he's Wind Demon Supremacy. I heard that he had the potential to break through to the Grand Supremacy realm. He was an influential figure in the same era as our master. But something happened and he's been stuck at the peak of the 3rd stage supremacy. At least junior brother won't be in trouble. Lin Fei wanted to fight back when the old man stretched out his hand. But he didn't sense any dangerous aura. Besides, he was in the City of Shadows and the Sacred Spirit Palace. Who would dare to kidnap someone? Lin Fei allowed the old man to take him away. Isn't this outside the library? In an instant, Lin Fei remembered where he was. Not bad, not bad. You've got guts. Aren't you afraid that it's an enemy? The old man picked up the wine gourd and gulped it down. He looked at Lin Fei with interest. Then you'll be dead. Greetings, Senior. Who dares to attack in the Dark Shadow Palace? Senior won't hurt me. The old man was already an expert of the Supremacy realm when Lin Fei first came. Now that he saw him again, he could still sense the terrifying aura. Although he hid it well, it was still very obvious to Lin Fei, who cultivated a top-notch cultivation method. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary supremacy wouldn't give Lin Fei such a dangerous aura. At the very least, this old man's strength was at least at the 3rd stage of the supremacy stage, which meant that he was at the peak of the 1st stage of the supremacy stage. If he used his treasures, he could erupt with the strength of a great supremacy. This was already a very powerful strength. 100,000 years ago, this old man thought that you were biting off more than you could chew. 100,000 years later, your performance is pretty good. You've reached the 8th layer of the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body, the 2nd layer of the Sealing Soul Severing Palm, and you've even created your own killer move, the Thunderclap Leap. You're really not bad. For a moment, Lin Fei really couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. Senior, you flatter me. Compared to Dugu Yijian and the Sacred Son of Heaven, My ability is still far from that," Lin Fei said modestly. The old man hummed, "You don't need to be so humble. Just based on your thunderclap leap, a pure body-tempering sacred spirit killer move, it can attack and retreat at will. It's very commendable. There's even a special style in it. It can be considered a great accomplishment killer move." Thunderclap Leap was only one of the killer moves of the Proud Heaven Stage 5. Lin Fei didn't think much of it, but now that he heard it, it seemed to be very impressive. He couldn't help but rejoice. If he had used the last few moves, it probably wouldn't be like this. "Master, this guy's eyesight is really sharp. He saw most of it." The little fiend's voice came. "Looks like the Sacred Spirit Domain's Sacred Spirit Body Tempering Killer move isn't that brilliant. Fortunately, Master only used the 5th move. If the last few moves were used, Master might be in trouble." Lin Fei actually hadn't thought about this. Thunderclap Leap was a move that encompassed both the School of Space and the School of Speed. Within a certain range, it could easily kill someone without leaving any traces. The reason why Elysian Son of Heaven couldn't dodge it was because he was within Lin Fei's range. With Proud Heaven's additional attributes, when Thunderclap Leap was used, its power was naturally unimaginable. As long as Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, once he used Thunderclap Leap, no one would be able to block it, unless the other party could think of a move to counter it. But that would also require a certain amount of time. Just now when I saw you fighting with Elysian Son of Heaven, you seemed to be very adept at using your strength. The old man drank a mouthful of wine. This old man has 2 hobbies in life. The first is drinking wine. Everywhere in the sacred spirit domain, inside and outside, even in the boundless world, as long as there's good wine, I would go and taste it. Traveling the world, drinking the best wine in the world, it's great. My other hobby is to spar with others, especially when I encounter some powerful move. This old man wants to experience them. Do you know, this old man hasn't encountered a move that could light up my eyes in 200,000 years? Your Thunderclap Leap is very good, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei blinked. That's possible? The old man blinked his eyes, why not? This old man really likes your Thunderclap Leap, so you can use it boldly. After all, there are very few body-tempering Holy Spirit-killing moves that can interest this old man. Of course, you won't do it for nothing. As long as this old man is happy, it's not impossible for you to enter the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. The 2nd floor of the library pavilion was very tempting to Lin Fei. The last time he went in, Lin Fei had the right to enter the 1st floor. The 2nd floor had a formation restriction, one could not enter without a pass, and the 2nd floor had some good stuff. To Lin Fei, as long as he went up, the rewards would definitely be unimaginable. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei, who was about to reject, immediately changed his mind. Sure, no problem. In his heart, Lin Fei also wanted to test the depth of the other party's strength. Thunderclap Leap without a sound, the Saint Spirit killing move flashed over. Kid, you're a bit shameless. The old man stared unhappily, and his figure began to fade. With a whoosh, the faint shadow broke apart, and the old man's figure appeared in his original position. No, let's do it again. Lin Fei's move just now, he used his full strength, and the power was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary people did not have time to prepare. Any offensive killing move, when used, must be accumulated. Lin Fei's body-tempering Saint Spirit killing move can be directly used, does not need time to prepare. This old man is stronger than I thought. Lin Fei clearly felt that when his Thunderclap Leap attacked the other party, there was an invisible force in front of him, forming a certain resistance. Just that little resistance, Lin Fei's Thunderclap Leap failed, and did not exert the power it should have. Voila! Lin Fei made his move again, this time even faster than before. The old man also revealed a strong fighting spirit, and only that shadow was left in his eyes. He opened his 5 fingers and flicked towards the void, each time landing in a position. Chapter 2882. So that's how it is. The old man drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a proud expression. Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap failed. He actually didn't manage to hit his opponent. This was a rather inconceivable thing. Don't think that it happened in an instant. Many people couldn't do it, but this old man in the library did it twice. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Young man, your Thunder Leap is indeed not bad, but it's a bit slow. The old man started to comment. It's still very powerful. Normal people really can't handle it. It was also Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap to fail. Master, this guy's strength is extremely strong. He's even stronger than a High Lord. I suspect he's a great High Lord. Little Evil Demon suddenly said, the Dark Shadow Palace is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, if Master explodes with the true strength of Proud Heaven Realm level 8, he definitely won't be able to handle it so easily. Alright, here's your pass. You can go to the 2nd floor of the library. You'll be allowed to pick a technique. You only have an hour at most. A token was thrown over. Thank you, Senior. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up and get in. The old man walked towards the chair and leaned on it, squinting his eyes. Your Thunderclap Leap can be more perfect. Right now, there are still some flaws. For example, speed. Once you meet someone faster than you, your move will fail, and you will be exposed under the opponent's eyes. It's the same as sending yourself to his doorstep. Lin Fei also understood. Thunder Leap was a technique that excelled in speed. It also had a certain limit. The reason why the old man was able to break it and easily block his attack was because his speed was faster than his. The opponent was able to break his technique. If I use my full strength, the power of Thunder Leap should be able to pose a certain threat. To defeat this old man, I'll probably have to use the 6th technique, or even the 7th technique. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. His face revealed an expression of acceptance. Only then did he walk into the library. How did this kid create it? The old man looked at Lin Fei's back as he entered and could not help but sigh. This kind of move is really the ultimate killing move in terms of speed. If he really created it himself, then this guy's potential is limitless. If he comes up with a few more moves, even Elysian Sun, Dugu Ijian and the others will not be able to handle it. Although the old man had blocked the Thunderclap Leap, it was only because of his advantage in speed. He secretly thought about it and did not pay attention to Lin Fei. On the 2nd floor of the library. Compared to the 1st floor, the space here was smaller. Scan and copy everything. Lin Fei pretended to read the cultivation methods on the bookshelf. After scanning and copying these cultivation methods, my body refinement killer moves will become even more perfect. Not bad, he chose the Shadow Doppelganger. An hour later, Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The old man casually glanced at it and said, "Cultivate well." Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the scanning and copying would be discovered. Then it would be hard to explain, even though he was very confident in the system. Junior brother Lin Fei, you finally came out. We were so worried. Lin Fei saw senior brother Chongyang and the others as soon as he came out. Wenren Zhengong was the first to come up. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine, he secretly looked inside as if he was worried that some monster would come out. I'm fine. I'm fine. Senior brother Chongyang smiled. It's good that you're fine. Let's go back first. This is not the place to talk. That old man is called Wind Demon? In terms of speed in the Dark Shadow Palace, he is ranked top 3. In senior brother Chongyang's cave abode, Lin Fei heard about the old man's background. It seemed that the old man had a powerful background, especially when he had refined a treasure before. He had a deep understanding of the Tao of speed, which extended to several branches. His strength was terrifying. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was known as an invisible great supremacy. You're really lucky. You used the thunderclap leap and that wind demon became interested. He even let you go to the second level of the library. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. That's right. That old man wind demon is the most unreasonable one. I didn't expect him to give little junior brother such a benefit. It usually costs a lot of contribution points to go to the second level of the library. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wind Demon's actions. It seemed that the old man wasn't as unreasonable as he said. He seemed to be quite nice. Little junior brother, now that you've become a supremacy, you'll be able to open a peak on your own. Have you chosen a place? Do you need me to help you? Also, the higher-ups will invite you to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm really not sure about that. Please explain it to me, eldest senior brother. Lin Fei didn't know much about these things. After Lin Fei became a supremacy, he became a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had also become a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was no longer a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace, but an official supremacy-level figure who enjoyed all kinds of resources. After the battle with the Elysian Sun, Lin Fei's influence grew a lot. He was a supremacy that even the Elysian Sun couldn't take down immediately. He even killed 2 stewards. The Elysian Sun wanted to use the Hall of Torture to suppress him, but he didn't succeed. Soon, Lin Fei had his own mountain and opened up a new cave abode. His status was no longer the same as before. In the past month, the Supremacy's clone would visit him and build a relationship. Lin Fei also had a few Supremacy friends he could get along with. They were all nearby neighbors. Only Supremacies could open a cave abode in this area. The first elder is here. Lin Fei went out to welcome him. Although the other party was only a Divine Realm elder, his power wasn't low. For Supremacies, their main bodies would usually cultivate, and only their clones would take up some positions. As for the Great Supremacies, they basically didn't take up any positions. Therefore, the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace were basically handled by the Divine Realm elders. I'm not busy. The first elder had a head of white hair and a smile on his face. In front of this new supremacy, he didn't dare to put on any airs. In particular, the position given by the higher-ups had completely blinded him. Even now, the first elder didn't quite believe it. He didn't understand what the higher-ups were thinking and why they would give such a position to Lin Fei. It's all right. Recently, I've been reading some ancient books in the library and accumulated some experience. Lin Fei arranged for someone to bring tea and said unhurriedly, "You should know that every newly promoted supremacy has to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm here to inform you that this is your new position in the Dark Shadow Palace." The first elder took out a jade talisman. Chapter 2883. After the first elder delivered the jade talisman, he chatted for a while before taking his leave. Before he left, he invited Lin Fei to be his guest. Lin Fei played with the jade talisman in his hand. Beside it was a piece of identification made of special material. Who made such a lame decision to make me the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall? This position shocked Lin Fei. After returning from Senior Brother Chongyang's place, Lin Fei had learned that there were a few halls with the most authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. The first one should be the Disciplinary Hall. This Disciplinary Hall was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the disciples of the Divine Realm. Anyone would feel great pressure because no one knew when the people from the Disciplinary Hall would come knocking on their door. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend the members of the Disciplinary Hall. Ever since Elysian Tianzi was promoted to a supremacy, the higher-ups had given him a position as the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, in charge of a small disciplinary team. And now, Lin Fei had also been appointed as the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. This was indeed a little surprising. It seemed that this position did not match up at all. Forget it. It's just a deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall. It's not like I've never been one before. Lin Fei did not like these things. After joining the Dark Shadow Palace, there were some rules that he had to abide by. Fortunately, these positions did not last long. What? The newly promoted Supremacy Lin Fei is going to be the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall? That can't be. How is that possible? Who arranged this? This is going to be interesting. Supremacy Lin Fei and Supremacy Elysian Tianzi are like fire and water. The arrangement of the new Supremacy Lin Fei's position quickly spread. The news really exceeded everyone's expectations. This position was extraordinarily important. It was definitely going to be a meteoric rise. He actually became the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall? On a quiet mountain peak, Dugu Yijian was wiping a long sword that gleamed with a cold light. His movements were very gentle, as if he was his own woman, afraid that he would hurt her. Dugu Yijian's movements paused for a moment when he heard his subordinates report. Then, he continued to wipe. The Elysian Sun has long regarded the disciplinary hall as his territory. In the future, he will become the hall master of the disciplinary hall. Now that there's an additional Lin Fei, things are getting interesting. Dugu Yijian did not like the Elysian Son of Heaven very much. This fellow liked to scheme against others and was full of schemes. The Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, Honorable Lin Fei, has really reached the heavens in a single bound. As long as he establishes his prestige, who would dare to disrespect Honorable Lin Fei in the future? The higher-ups are preparing to nurture Supremacy Lin Fei. Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, that's a very high position. Even the High Lords looked envious. Although the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was only a Vice Hall Master, he wielded great authority. The reason for that was because the head Hall Master basically didn't manage the Punishment Hall's affairs, and all of his authority was delegated to others. In the past, the Elysian Son of Heaven was the only one in power. With the addition of Lin Fei, things were completely different. There would definitely be an intense competition. Would Lin Fei suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, or would the Elysian Son suppress Lin Fei? This was really something to look forward to. In the office of the Elysian Son of Heaven, in a room of the disciplinary hall, the Elysian Son of Heaven had also heard the news. He only frowned slightly, but his emotions didn't change much. Those who were familiar with the Elysian Son of Heaven would know that he was in a bad mood. It was only because he cultivated the Dharma that he exuded an aura that made people have a good impression of him. Hall Master, they're here. A confidant came in from outside and reported in a low voice. Let them in. Very soon, a few people entered in a line. They all had a murderous aura around them, and their attire was almost the same. If the people from the disciplinary hall saw them, they would definitely recognize them. These 5 people were all attendants of the disciplinary hall, and all of them had submitted to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Hall Master. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very satisfied with this title. The first Hall Master of the Punishment Hall rarely interfered with matters. Even though there were a few Vice Hall Masters, ever since the arrival of the Sacred Heavens, they had seized the authority in a few moves. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very ambitious. Becoming a great supremacy was only one of the steps. He still had to continue improving his strength to become a great supremacy and become the next Palace Master candidate. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was just the first step. Hall Master, we heard that Lin Fei is coming to fight for power. We will definitely cooperate with Hall Master. The Hall Master belongs to the Lord. Since he dares to come, he should scram with his tail between his legs. Our disciplinary hall only obeys the Lord. These 5 deacons were all here to show their determination. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven, they suppressed all the other deacons. No one dared to go against them. Those who dared to stand out were all banished from the disciplinary hall. If there were no accidents, they would never be able to return. When they heard that the higher-ups had sent a new vice hall master of the punishment hall, they were the first to be unhappy. This was the territory of the Elysian Son of Heaven. How could they allow a new supremacy to behave atrociously here? Now, as long as the Elysian Son of Heaven gave the order, they would immediately take action. Their brothers were all on their side, and no one would help the new vice hall master of the punishment hall. You guys have done well. Let's have some fun with Lin Fei. Spread the word that whoever pledges their allegiance to Lin Fei will be the enemy of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take up his post after receiving the order. He had received news about the punishment hall from his senior brother, and he had a better understanding of the internal situation of the punishment hall. The head hall master, the victorious Sun's supremacy, is getting old and is not as domineering as before. His authority has been delegated. Now, 70% of the people in the punishment hall have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei kept flipping through the information. Out of the 10 deacons, 5 have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. The remaining 5 support the other 3 vice hall masters. However, their days are not that easy, and they have all been pushed out. There were a total of 4 vice hall masters in the punishment hall, and Lin Fei was included. That was 5. In addition, there were 10 deacons, and their authority was not small either. Now, the punishment hall had almost become the Elysian Son of Heaven's word. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They actually made me the vice hall master of the punishment hall. This is really boring. Lin Fei was not interested in fighting for power. If he had the time, he might as well spend it on comprehending the killing moves of the body-tempering secret technique, so that he could prepare for the fight for the Shadow Throne that would happen soon. This kind of position was filled with intrigue and scheming. It was very boring. Lin Fei planned to drag it out first. When the matter of the Shadow Throne started, it would be fine even if he did not go. However, Lin Fei's idea soon failed. Someone took the initiative to visit. 2 vice hall masters came at the same time, and with the reason of reporting the mission, it was impossible not to meet them. Chapter 2884. Do you think Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei will meet us? A gray-robed middle-aged man said helplessly. He was Lin Bai, one of the 4 Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. He was a first-stage supremacy. I think so. I've had enough of that kind of life. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, I won't let them go. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, they must have recognized Hall Master Lin Fei's strength. Another black-robed middle-aged man said with a strange look in his eyes. Both of them were Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. One of them was Lin Bai and the other was Zhao Wu. They came to Lin Fei's cave abode together. This was the only feasible way for them at the moment. After all, they were living a good life now. In the punishment hall, the Elysian Son's words were the law. They wanted power. If they wanted to regain everything, they had to rely on a strong person. Without a doubt, the newly promoted supremacy Lin Fei was a good candidate. Therefore they came. Standing outside the cave abode, they felt uneasy. From the information left behind in the early years, they could more or less see that supremacy Lin Fei was a decisive killer. Come in. After waiting for a while, they heard Lin Fei's voice. The 2 of them walked in together and saw Lin Fei sitting in the courtyard. This was the first time they saw Lin Fei. He was young, but they could feel the dangerous aura. That was their instinctive reaction. I'm Lin Bai from the Punishment Hall. I'm Zhao Wu from the Punishment Hall. The 2 of them introduced themselves as soon as they came up. Although they were both Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall and had seniority, compared to Lin Fei, they were still a little inferior. Because Lin Fei was stronger and had better potential than them. Moreover, he had the support of Great Supremacy Han Tian. Putting on airs? That was definitely an act of courting death. not to mention others, just the senior brothers of supremacy Lin Fei. Just by watching them covetously from the side, they would be unable to bear the consequences. After thinking about it, relying on supremacy Lin Fei might be a good idea. Some time ago, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards, which had caused quite a commotion. However, in the end, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards. There was no sound at all. Ordinary supremacies wouldn't be that lucky. I've heard of you guys. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door. When Lin Bai and Zhao Wu arrived, they had discussed how to answer. We heard that Supreme Lord Lin will be taking office soon. As colleagues, we felt the need to make a trip here. After all, we will be working together in the future. Lin Bai said seriously. Zhao Wu echoed, yeah. Lin Fei was very clear about the purpose of their visit. Supreme Leader Lin, this is the situation of our disciplinary hall. I feel that since you just arrived, you should be able to learn more about it. I'm not too sure, but I can report it to you. Lin Fei listened quietly and did not say anything. Someone came to report. He had to let them report. Although Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, it wouldn't be easy to step down all of a sudden. Therefore, he decided to recruit a few people to work on his behalf in the future. This way, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to approach him. From the information, whether it was Lin Bai or Zhao Wu, they were people who had their power snatched away by the Elysian Son of Heaven. They were quite capable. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu actually lowered their status by coming to report on the punishment hall situation. However, they didn't care about this. What they cared about was whether they could rely on Lin Fei. A powerful body-tempering sacred secret technique, Thunderclap Leap, was praised by the supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. It was a first-class killing move. They had all seen the scene recorded after the incident and thought that they wouldn't be able to block it. The other party merged with the move. The person was the move and the move was the person. It was extremely powerful and was truly an unstoppable killing move. Because of this, they felt that Lin Fei was completely capable of fighting against the other party. I feel that I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to worry about the punishment hall in the future. I'm used to being lazy, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it. However, since I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, there must be some changes in the Punishment Hall. Go back and inform them that I'll be taking up the post in 3 days. I hope that they'll be able to come by then. Lin Fei didn't say whether he was going to recruit them or not. However, to Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, the meaning was very clear. This would depend on their performance. The 2 of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no better news than this. We'll inform them immediately. However, many people in the punishment hall seem to have received news about the Elysian Son of Heaven. It seems that they won't be allowed to take the opportunity to use Lord Lin. Lin Bai also changed the way he addressed Lin Fei. It's all right. Just go and inform them. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most important matter at the moment was the Dark Shadow Throne. There were still more than 10 years before the Dark Shadow Throne. Right now, everyone's attention was on the new supremacy and the Elysian Son of Heaven. 3 days later, the first confrontation between the 2 supremacies came. Everyone wanted to see who would win. Han Tian, don't tell me you're the one who arranged the position in the punishment hall. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile, as if he was the one who did it. Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's what I wanted to ask you. You're also a great supremacy. Don't tell me you did it? Given my disciple's character, he's not suitable to be a vice hall master. How could it be me? The middle-aged scholar shook his head. Don't slander me. You know me. I do everything on my own and I never lie. Now, it seems that you didn't arrange this position, and I didn't ask someone to tell him. Then who did it? Could it be the other 3? Your youngest disciple is probably going to have a headache. Both of them were smart people, and they realized some things. However, the day before he went to the punishment hall, Lin Fei paid a visit to the chief hall master, Xing Yang. Although the chief hall master was no longer in charge of the punishment hall, he still had to be polite. The chief hall master personally received Lin Fei. "Actually, I've been waiting for you," Chief Hall Master Xing Yang said with a smile. "Ever since the news spread, everyone has been paying attention to the punishment hall. Chief, I'm just a junior. I didn't expect that Chief Hall Master would think so highly of me. I'm embarrassed." Lin Fei didn't expect that the Chief Hall Master would wait for him. "Supremacy Lin, you're famous now. Your thunder leap is amazing. Everyone knows the strength of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Although it's just a doppelganger and can't reach the full strength of the real body, it's still at the third stage. You were able to easily block it. In the future, perhaps the punishment hall will have a new development." Lin Fei more or less heard the Chief Hall Master's dissatisfaction with the Elysian Son of Heaven. "Chief Hall Master, I think the Elysian Son has done a good job." Chapter 2885. No one knew what Lin Fei and First Hall Master Xing Yang talked about. All they knew was that First Hall Master Xing Yang personally escorted Lin Fei out with a smile on his face. The relationship between the two was worth guessing. Chief Hall Master Xing Yang rarely took the initiative to send someone out. The First Hall Master Xing Yang had relied on his powerful strength to be able to sit in his current position. He was fair and just in handling matters, thus winning the respect of everyone. Even Honorable Divinity Dark Shadow was full of praise for Xing Yang. He had personally rejected Xing Yang's intention to recuperate and hand over the position of First Hall Master. Now that the Great Hall Master was personally sending Lin Fei out, it was very meaningful. That was because when the Elysian Son of Heaven was the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, he had also come to pay a visit to Head Hall Master Xing Yang. However, he did not receive such preferential treatment. The disparity between the two was obvious. 3 days later, the weather was clear and sunny. The atmosphere in the punishment hall was somewhat depressing. As the most special place in the Dark Shadow Palace, very few people would come here. Just the name Punishment Hall alone was enough to make people's faces turn pale. No one wanted to have anything to do with the Punishment Hall. It was a nightmare that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. If they were unlucky, they might even be sent to the battlefield to fight against the demons of the Demon Nation. That was a true death sentence. Lin Bai and Zhao Qing, the two Vice Hall Masters, personally came out to greet them. Behind them were some members of the Punishment Hall. Of the 10 deacons, only 2 had come. Even more members of the Punishment Hall were watching the show. Lin Bai and Vice Hall Master Zhao Wu are really courting death. He could have fawned over anyone, but he chose to fawn over that Lin Fei. I really don't know what he's thinking. I guarantee that their days will not be easy soon. The Elysian Son is a powerhouse who will become a great supremacy in the future. The position of Great Hall Master is prepared for the Elysian Son. Everyone was looking outside. Not far away, in a small palace, a middle-aged man stood by the window, holding a teacup in his hand. From the 3rd floor, he looked down and saw everything. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, are they at the end of their rope? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with sarcasm. It's best if the clam and the crane fight, and the fisherman benefits. This was Bai Chong, one of the 5 Vice Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. In the Punishment Hall, his qualifications were second only to the Hall Master of the Victorious Sun Hall. If not for that incident, Bai Chong might have become the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. Brother Lin, do you think Lin Fei will be angry? Zhao Wu looked at the people behind him and said helplessly. Lin Bai revealed a bitter smile. I didn't dare to confirm it either. Originally, I thought that the people below were all quite obedient, but now it seems that I was too optimistic. The Elysian Son of Heaven's methods are indeed powerful. Without any warning, Our people have all defected to the other side. What a good trick. Sigh, the Elysian sun is indeed powerful. I wonder how Lin Fei dealt with it. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu sighed bitterly and waited in silence. An hour later. He's here, he's here. As soon as he entered the territory of the punishment hall, he received the news. How many people have come? One person. Yes, just one person. He didn't bring anyone with him, and the accompanying elders didn't come either. Haha, the talented are really bold. He didn't need anyone and came just like that. This is going to be a good show. In the eyes of the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, the punishment hall was a forbidden place. When Lin Fei stepped into the punishment hall alone, he immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly. He looked unhurried as he slowly admired the beautiful scenery around him. It was difficult for others to associate this place with the word forbidden. Along the way, he walked leisurely. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single person. The entire punishment hall seemed to be empty. Is this a kind of silent protest? Lin Fei laughed to himself. It's as if I'm unpopular. How boring! Master, this is what makes it interesting. The little devil interrupted. Beat them up viciously, and they will know how powerful you are. At that time, they will bow down and be as obedient as a puppy. If you tell them to go to the east, they definitely won't dare to go to the west. When Lin Fei appeared in front of Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, their hearts sank. Both of them felt their hearts sink. Why did he come alone? He wasn't accompanied by the elders, nor was he accompanied by his senior brothers. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. As the personal disciple of great venerable Han Tian, Lin Fei's name alone was enough to intimidate many people. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to report the situation. Today, they were still hoping to see Lin Fei's senior brothers. With their support, they wouldn't dare to do anything for a period of time. If a few Divine Realm Elders, such as the 10 Great Divine Realm Elders, could come, that would be the best. The current situation sent chills down their spines. The difference was too great. The two of them exchanged glances. Since things had come to this, they had to go up and welcome him. They had to show enough face. Everyone, let's welcome him. Lin Bai said to the people behind him. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Hall Master Lin Fei. Their voices were sparse and weak. Lin Fei strode over and roughly glanced at the people in front of him. It was a little too few. The two of you are a little bad. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's hearts skipped a beat. They lowered their heads, feeling very embarrassed. But, it's okay. I'm here, and your days will definitely be better. Lin Fei's next words immediately brought tears to everyone's eyes. At the very least, they had heard something happy, so their hearts felt warm. I'm here to take office today. Where are the others? Why aren't they here? After hearing these heartwarming words, Lin Fei's face suddenly darkened, and a cold chill swept out. In an instant, the faces of Lin Bai, Zhao Wu, and the others all turned pale. They seemed to have fallen into a turbulent sea, swaying left and right, about to be drowned by the huge waves at any time. They had heard of how powerful Lin Fei was. In the Sacred Spirit Palace, he had exchanged 2 blows with the Elysian sun and won by a little. His thunder leap had spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Now they had finally experienced how powerful this young Lin Fei was. His powerful aura was almost suffocating them. Go and inform them to come out in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared, and he sat on it, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu endured the oppressive aura. When they heard this, they thought to themselves, oh no, now was not the time to put on airs. What should we do? We can only inform them. The two of them could not figure out why Lin Fei had to put on airs at this time. Call them out? Chapter 2886. Not far away, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong heard everything and couldn't help but chuckle. What a childish brat! Does he really think that he can show off his might just because he has mastered the thunderclap leap? He's dreaming if he thinks that we can leave together. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong shook his head with a cold sneer. He believed that no one would leave the Hall of Punishment. When Sheng Yang wasn't in charge, the authority of the Hall of Punishment was basically in the hands of the Elysian Sun. The other 3 Vice Hall Masters were unable to contend against him, and their authority was mostly taken away. In the Hall of Punishment, all the deacons who had submitted to the Elysian Sun were arrogant and disrespectful. They didn't put the Vice Hall Masters in their eyes at all, and all the other leaders had submitted to the Elysian Sun. Those who saw Lin Fei just wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. Hearing this, everyone laughed unscrupulously. Invite us out? Ha! We're all Lord Elysian Sun's men. Lord Elysian Sun said that we can't go out, so who would dare to do so? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he can't compare to Lord Elysian Sun. In the Hall of Punishment, we have to respect the Elysian Sun. Let's not go out. Let's see what Lin Fei can do. The Elysian Sun's clone wasn't in the Hall of Punishment, so it was meaningless. The 5 deacons were practically in charge of the entire Hall of Punishment. Apart from extremely important matters, they wielded immense authority in the Hall of Punishment. Even the 3 Vice Hall Masters had to step aside. Ha! Did you hear that? I thought that Lin Fei would have 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out that he's just a brainless fool. How dare he ask us to go out and meet him? What a joke! A skinny middle-aged man, Lung Feng, couldn't help but mock. I knew it. I thought that he would invite his seniors here today. If they were here, he would be able to put on airs. But he actually came alone. What a young man! Youth is capital. He has the capital to be arrogant, but it's a pity that he came to the wrong place. The 5 deacons were all smiling. They took it as a complete joke. What a joke! This was not a place where Lin Fei could put on airs. Even if he was a Vice Hall Master, they did not take it seriously. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the sacred Son of Heaven, their lives had been getting better and better. Their power was monstrous, especially in their own territory. No matter who it was, they had to act according to their wishes. Even the 3 Vice Hall Masters had to be polite to them. Pass down the order, no one is allowed to go out. Lung Feng was the first among the 5 to seek refuge, so he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. At the same time, he was also the head of the 5 deacons, representing everything. If Lin Fei wanted to put on airs, Ling Feng would make him lose face and become a joke. In the penalty hall, it was not the place for that guy to be presumptuous. We really have to thank those 2 fools, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They actually teamed up to play such a show. After today, their subordinates will be too embarrassed to continue following them. Ha! Ling Feng laughed happily. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu personally went to inform them. Even if it was not successful, they still went. At least they did as Lin Fei said. In fact, they also regretted it. When the sacred Son of Heaven came, they could actually pledge their allegiance to him, but they wanted to put on airs so that the sacred Son of Heaven would know that they still had some ability in the penalty hall. In the end, the sacred Son did not take them seriously at all. Instead, he promoted a few deacons and directly contended with them. Hence, the current situation. We've already informed them. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu quickly brought people over and said cautiously. Although Lin Fei was younger than them and also had the strength of a supremacy, the 2 of them were far weaker. They also relied on the rewards of the Dark Shadow Palace to be able to advance, and they had almost exhausted their potential. In front of Lin Fei, who was also a supremacy, they really did not feel proud. Lin Fei sat there, his boundless aura stifling and terrifying. They could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting, even though he was not the strongest among the supremacies. Among the younger generation, Dugu Yijian was recognized as the strongest. Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not say anything, nor did he open his eyes. He just sat there quietly like that. Master, are you really going to fight later? Lin Fei closed his eyes and let the little fiend observe everything in the penalty hall. It seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he silently saw everyone's reaction. That's for sure. Didn't you see that they are treating me like a joke? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. The sacred son of heaven thinks too highly of himself. He actually didn't personally oversee this. He will definitely regret it. The 5 deacons, Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong, and the other leaders of all sizes heard and saw all kinds of expressions and words clearly. They were either gloating or waiting to see a joke. I think that the sacred Son of Heaven will definitely regret not personally overseeing this today. The little fiend smirked. Master, you can do your best. Many supremacies in the void are watching. Logically speaking, it is impossible for me to become the Deputy Hall Master of the Penalty Hall. After all, there are 4 Deputy Hall Masters in the Penalty Hall, and one of them is the famous Sacred Son of Heaven. With such a person overseeing this, it seems unnecessary for me to join the Sacred Son of Heaven. The power behind the Sacred Son of Heaven will not allow me to join the hall. In conclusion, the higher-ups are not used to the Sacred Son of Heaven and need to teach him a lesson. As for who it is, I don't know. So, no matter what I do, nothing will happen. Lin Fei had seen it very clearly in the past few days. He was used to teach others a lesson. His strength was not bad, and he also had the great supremacies behind him. Since 100,000 years ago, they had not been on good terms and would not have joined forces. If he did not look for him, who else could he look for? Because of this, Lin Fei became the most suitable person. It's almost time. It's time to show my might and teach them a good lesson. Lin Fei thought about it and felt a little expectant. It was perfectly justifiable to plunder life energy. Mosquito meat was also meat. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he suddenly stood up, and a terrible chill swept over him. No one is coming. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu almost couldn't resist it at that moment. The people behind them all sat on the ground, paralyzed. There was only one thought in their minds. Oh my God, he's too scary. I'm going to die. We've all gone to inform them, but they... Lin Bai and Zhao Wu lowered their heads, unable to say anything. They couldn't possibly say that their influence was not enough, so no one paid attention to them, so no one would come. Chapter 2887. Invite him out? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. Is he going to make a move? The two of them were excited. Since Lin Fei was Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, anyone who dared to cause trouble for him would be tired of living. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, everyone should have come out to greet the new Vice Hall Master. Now that Lin Fei had done so, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do so. No one could say anything about it. Hurry up and lead the way. Deputy Hall Master Lin, this way. Lin Bai immediately changed the way he addressed him. This matter was no longer a small matter, it had risen to a very high position. They were impressed by Lin Fei's guts. Young and impetuous, attacking at the slightest disagreement. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. At most, they would have cursed inwardly to satisfy their cravings. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss it? How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss this rare opportunity? They took the initiative to lead the way. Let's start from the nearest one, Lin Fei said indifferently. He headed straight to the nearest side hall. The punishment hall was huge, made up of many palaces. Every palace had a law enforcement disciple, all of whom were elites handpicked by the Dark Shadow Palace. They had learned joint attack formations, and their combined strength could easily defeat a 5th or 6th order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. These people were waiting to see this new Deputy Hall Master make a fool of himself. When the ridiculously young Lin Fei walked in from the main entrance of the palace, the expressions of the young Punishment Hall disciples changed slightly. They were not used to this. Why aren't you two leaving? The one who asked was Lin Fei. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu wanted to scold him, but Lin Fei stopped them with a look. They could only stand to the side, a trace of anticipation on their faces. The majority of the punishment disciples were Elysian children's men. They didn't expect the new Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei to really come over to reprimand them. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically speaking, after failing to intimidate them, they should have left with their tails between their legs. But the current situation, they were dumbfounded. Vice Hall Leader Lin, we're the Elysian Sons men. Furthermore, we're on a mission at the moment, so we don't have the time to welcome you. Please forgive us. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group stood up and said, "Why did these words sound so uncomfortable?" The smart ones were lying with their eyes wide open. They didn't look apologetic at all. Instead, they seemed to be very proud of themselves. It was as if they were saying, "Come and torment me if you have the ability." "Oh, I see." Lin Fei raised his eyelids. "Then I'll only ask you one thing. Are you not going to make a move?" The middle-aged man was also a sixth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Thinking of the Elysian heavenly children behind him, not to mention that this was the punishment hall, even if Lin Fei was the newly appointed vice hall master, how would he dare to make a move against him? "I'm sorry, Vice Hall Master Lin, we are on a mission, we can't go out," the middle-aged man said. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. "Since you don't want to go, I'll send you out." Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong's physical strength surged out, condensing into a giant hand that covered the sky. It grabbed all the punishment hall disciples in the side hall and flung them outside. "Without my permission, all of you kneel." With a loud bang, a treasure flew out with the force of Mount Tai, pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Next place. He really made a move. Has Vice Hall Master Lin gone mad? Is he planning to shed all pretense of cordiality? This is too unwise. Inside the other side halls, everyone saw this scene. That person's treasure was pressing down on the punishment hall disciples like dead dogs, causing them to be dumbfounded. They had never thought that Huang Xiaolong would really make a move. "Quick, look, another group of people went out. They've all been suppressed." Heavens, they really dare to do it. That's the third side hall. Are they planning to offend everyone in the punishment hall? After the first group of people came out, the second group of people were thrown out like sandbags. The moment they landed on the ground, they were suppressed, unable to move. The first group was nothing much. But after the second and third group, things were different now. The punishment hall disciples were being thrown out one after another. Everyone could almost see what was about to happen. If they were to be thrown out, they would really lose all face. It's the 10th group. Lin Fei has really gone mad. He's going to make the entire punishment hall his enemy. Xing Yang, you haven't come out for a long time. Are you planning to stand up for Lin Fei? In the air not too far away, the black-robed hall master Xing Yang looked on with a calm expression. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if he was in a good mood. "Is that so?" Xing Yang asked calmly. An old man with a thick aura of a supremacy stood beside him. He had a look of disbelief on his face. "Not yet? How long has it been since you came to the punishment hall? If you're not here for Lin Fei, who else could it be? I don't believe that you're here to check on the punishment hall. You're really thinking too much." The old man really had to hand it to Xing Yang. "Aren't you afraid that Lin Fei will tear down the punishment hall? Look at his behavior. TSK, he's completely violent. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to use such words." Xing Yang laughed heartily. "Old friend, you seem to have forgotten something. Supremacies of the body tempering school are actually warmongers." The old man laughed dryly, revealing a trace of embarrassment. "Vice Hall Master Lin, this is Vice Hall Master Bai Chang's office." Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's mood became better and better. The feeling of throwing people out was too good. It was as if they had eaten a peach and their bodies felt refreshed. They had thought of this countless times, but they didn't expect to see it happen in their lifetime. Go in. Lin Fei strode in. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong had been watching from above. He thought that Lin Fei would leave dejectedly, leaving behind a big joke. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. He charged into the side hall, threw everyone out and even suppressed them. This was different from the situation. Sir, Vice Hall Master Lin Fei has come in. What should we do? Will he throw us out? Bai Chong had wanted to watch a good show. However, the current situation made him feel uneasy. He was the deputy hall master. Bai Chong did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to not give him face. Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Chong came out. You must be Deputy Hall Chief Lin Fei. I am Bai Chong said with a smile on his face. He was jealous of Lin Fei's youthful appearance. At such a young age, he really thinks that he can get whatever he wants. I will be the first to disagree. I'm curious. Why do you want to sit back and watch them fight? Lin Fei stared at Bai Chong and said, Is it because of your status as the Deputy Hall Master? A trace of panic flashed across Bai Chong's face. His smile also became ugly. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by that? Nothing. I just want to tell you that you're not qualified to be the fisherman. You're far from being able to see me make a fool of myself. Now get out of here and stand properly. How dare you? Bai Chong was furious. Lin Fei was too bold. There's nothing to be afraid of. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed.